Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV. It's a Canadian game. Brought to you by Molson Canadian.
It's April 13th, 1965, and the Toronto Maple Leafs are down 3-2 in the Stanley Cup semifinals against the Montreal Canadiens, with Game 6 tonight at Maple Leaf Gardens. This is Molson Canadian Maple Leaf Classics on Leafs TV. The Canadiens are led by Claude Provost, Henri Richard, and Jean Beliveau. The Leafs have 10 future Hall of Famers dotting their lineup, including Tim Horton, Andy Bathgate, and Dickie Moore. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Classic Games here on Leafs TV, brought to you by Molson Canadian. The Maple Leafs finished a disappointing fourth in the six-team NHL in 1964-65, this after winning 3 consecutive Stanley Cups. They were just 4 games over 500. Montreal chased Detroit for first place but finished 4 points back and prepared for yet another meeting with the Leafs in the Stanley Cup semifinals. Montreal won the opening 2 games at home, but the Leafs rallied for an overtime win in Game 3 and a 4-2 victory in Game 4 to even the affair at 2 games apiece. The Habs held home ice advantage with a 3-1 victory in Game 5, and so we prepare for the very important Game 6 to be played at Maple Leaf Gardens this evening. The keepers of the corded kitchens tonight, Lorne Gump Worsley for the Montreal Canadiens, and for the Toronto Maple Leafs, it's the China Wall, Johnny Bower. Because it's April 13th, 1965, and it is Game 6 of the semifinals in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Leafs and Habs. This is Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
A method doctors use to remove warts at the office is also available at home. Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away Common and Plantar Wart Remover. Just press and freeze. It works fast with as little as 1 treatment.
See, that was easy.
To remove warts fast, see the doctor, Dr. Scholl's.
You gelling?
We're gelling.
Gelling is something very compelling.
We put 2 kinds of gel into Dr. Scholl's new and improved massaging gel insoles. Superior comfort guaranteed.
We're gelling.
You're not.
You're not.
Dr. Scholl's.
Anyone seen Carrie?
Right here, boss.
Okay. Caravan needs a wash.
You got it, Chief.
The employee price discount is back. Purchase or lease a select new Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle and get an employee price discount. Plus a gas card that will save you 20 cents a liter on the price of gas for 1 year. Only during the employee price discount event.
Here at the Chic Shave Lab, we have been testing the Chic Quattro Titanium to see if it really is of the easy.
3, 2, 1.
Of the easy, indeed.
Chic Quattro Titanium stays sharp to give you a close, smooth shave with less irritation than the leading brand. It's the only razor with 4 advanced blades made with titanium.
Chic Quattro Titanium. Stay smooth. And introducing new Chic Quattro Disposables.
Claude Provost led the Canadiens in scoring with 27 this season, followed by Ralph Backstrom with 25 and Henri Richard with 23 goals. The Leafs had 9 players in double figures, including rookie Ron Ellis with 23, Frank Mahovlich with 23, and Dave Keon with 21. Frank Selkie Jr. has spent his entire life around the hockey world. The son of the famous manager who toiled for the Leafs and Canadiens, Frank got into television as a host on Hockey Night in Canada. Later, he would try his hand at management when he took over the reins of the California Seals in Oakland. And Frank Selkie Jr. joins us here tonight as part of Classic Games on Leafs TV. Now, I'm going to be very honest with you, and I try to be honest with all of our guests. I grew up in Sudbury. My dad was a Leaf fan. I had the tattoo on the back of my posterior, and I'm sorry, but every time you guys from Montreal came on, I hated your guts. You were the biggest homer I think I've ever seen.
All you had to do was reach over and turn the switch.
No, there wasn't another channel in Sudbury. We had to watch.
Just turn it off.
We wouldn't have done that.
Joe,
it's
that's
great
not,
to see.
Thank you. That's not the first time I've heard that.
Sure it isn't. Now, here in 1964-65, this, never mind what's going on in Toronto, what's going on in Montreal has had a dramatic impact not only on your life, but on your father's.
Indeed. It was a year of firsts in many respects. It was the first year that my father, in 18 years, that my father was not running the hockey club. He'd been asked to resign the spring before. The ownership changed. The senator and his brother sold the Forum and the hockey club to their cousins, David, Peter, and Bill Molson. They brought in Sam Pollock as the general manager, and so it was Sam's first year. As a sop, I guess, to the Selkie family, I got the title of Vice President Marketing and Promotion, which in effect really was not a bad deal after all, because I ran the building, Sam ran the hockey side. So it was a first for me too. It was also the first year of the Sawchuck-Bauer tandem. It was the first year of the Conn Smythe Trophy. So there were a lot of firsts here, and it's something that I remember quite fondly.
Now, Frank, when you talk about, and we're going to spend a lot of time obviously talking about the game of hockey at this time, but because we have you here, we're going to talk a lot about the production of Hockey Night in Canada and television and what it meant to the game. And you mentioned when this first started back in the 50s and 60s in Hockey Night in Canada, it didn't, a lot of people looked at it with a lot of skepticism, thinking, this isn't going to fly.
Well, I think the classic story really is when the Maple Leafs signed their first television contract with Imperial Oil through McLaren Advertising. Conn Smythe asked for $300 a game because he didn't think anybody was going to watch. He couldn't understand how anybody would watch this because you won't be able to see the puck. You won't be able to see the flow of the game. He had no appreciation for what the game was going to be like on television. And I don't think that's unusual. Imagine how it's changed since then.
Well, you know what? The Wirtz family still doesn't believe it because they still don't show the home games in Chicago.
So
don't feel bad about it.
But it was very different. As you know, the first telecast started an hour into the game.
Now, why was that? Explain.
I'm not sure. You know, for somebody like Mr. Smythe who was concerned or who felt that television wasn't going to hurt him, why wouldn't you show the whole game? I think it may more likely have been a question of network time. I'm not sure that the CBC was prepared to devote 2.5 to 3 hours to a hockey game at that point in television. In its infancy, it was a different thing. So it took a while for everybody to appreciate just how important this game was across the country.
And in this game, April 13th, 1965, even the semifinals were under those restrictions.
Yes,
they didn't show the entire game of a playoff game until the actual final was involved. So many times, and we've had many guests who scored their very first NHL goal early in the first period before the game was even on TV and had never seen it.
No, it's true.
So it is kind of interesting that even at this point, 5 and 6 years later, it's still under the same ramifications.
Well, what happened in those early years was the first period was taped with the play-by-play either by Bill or Danny Gallivan in Montreal, and it was used for highlight purposes later in the telecast. It could just as easily have been shown, and I know people would have loved it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have. We've learned to, and it's become a fixture in Canadian society. Still hated you. I don't care what you say. I'm Montreal Canadian.
I've survived.
I know you have, and you'll get over this too. Frank Selkie Jr. is our very special guest. We're going to take him back to April 13th, 1965 for the very important Game 6 of the semifinal between his Canadians and the Toronto Maple Leafs, because you're watching Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
My name is David Beckham, and this is my story. I'll still look back to '98. Of course I wish it hadn't have happened. I was having death threats for 3.5 years. After I scored against Greece, all the sports writers, they just stood up and started clapping me. You will go through tough times. It's about coming through that.
That meeting was hell. Sorry! So, what's next? Let me see, 12:30? Lunch. Perfect time for some Philly. So creamy and delicious. Philly at lunch. It's to die for. Oh, there's that new angel from accounting. Look how perky your wings are. They can't be real.
Philadelphia cream cheese spread. A little taste of heaven at lunch. For more Philly lunch ideas, visit craftcanada.com/PhillyLunch.
Now get Air Miles reward miles every time you use your BMO debit card. New and only from BMO Bank of Montreal.
Home ice has been held by both teams thus far in this series. The Canadians winning the first two games on Forum ice. The Leafs coming back and winning at the Gardens. And then in Game 5, once again, Montreal taking a 3-2 series lead. So let's go to the first period, and here is Bill Hewitt.
All set for the face-off at center ice to start the first period. And it's Henri Richard, Claude Provo, and Red Berenson. And it's McKenny, Keon, and Armstrong, along with Stanley and Horton. Horton in the corner, working his way out. A foot pass to Keon at center ice. Takes a long shot. Worsley catches it. Scooping it into the corner. Cleared up for Richard. Stopped by Stanley. To McKenny. Lost it to Harper. Harper holds it against the board. Face-off is in the Montreal zone to the right. Keon facing off with Richard. On the face-off, it goes to the board. Held there again by J.C. Tremblay. Beliveau, Rousseau, Duff, LaPerriere, and J.C. Tremblay for Montreal. Pulford, Kelly, Stewart, Brewer, and Bob Baum. Lining up for a face-off in the Montreal zone to the right. All ready to go. Puck batted down by J.C. Tremblay. He passed to Beliveau. Beliveau to Bobby Rousseau. A long shot off the board. Stewart let it go over his stick. Beliveau broke his stick. Bob Vaughn around to Kelly. Kelly is checked. Then Rousseau checked. Carl Brewer down the left wing over the line with Kelly. Stopped by Beliveau. Hopeard ran at Beliveau. Now they start their sticks. Hopeard and Beliveau. And there'll be penalties.
Montreal penalty to number 4, Beliveau. 2 minutes for high sticking. Toronto penalty to number 20, Pulford. 2 minutes for high sticking. The time, 57 seconds.
Face-off is outside the Maple Leaf blue line. The teams are playing 5 aside. All set for the face-off. Goes down the ice to the Montreal blue line. Inside the blue line to Terry Harper. He shot it out for Provo. Stopped by Carl Brewer, who's checked. Bob Vaughn off the board. Harper ahead to Provo. Stopped by Mahavlich. Mahavlich to Ellis. Over the line, and it's offside. Face-off outside the blue line. It goes back to Harper. Kerry Hyper along the board, shooting it up to Provo. Ahead for Richard, trying to get around Ellis. Bumped by Bond, and it's cleared ahead to Mahavlich. His pass for Ellis to Richard. He's grabbed by Bond and knocked down. Goes loose to Hyper. Hyper took his shot wide. Mahavlich gets a hold of it, and there's a penalty.
Toronto penalty to number 21, Bond. 2 minutes for charging. The time, 1:37.
Face-off is in the Maple Leaf zone to the right. Montreal Canadiens with a man advantage, playing 5 men to 4. Comes back to LaPerriere, a shot, and hit the goal post, and ended up on the goal line. That one hit the post on a carom. Came right to the goal line, but didn't go over. On the face-off, Cournoyer. Jammed in on the boards by Horton. Henri Richard trying to get it loose. Knocked down. Keon shoots it to the blue line, but not out. LaPerriere over to Provo. His shot hit Horton. Horton goes after it. Clears it into the Canadian zone, and Keon moves after it. Keon picking it up. It's a goal!
Toronto goal scored by number 14, Keon. Assist, number 7, Horton. The time, 2:10.
On the face-off, Richard. Pass to LaPerriere. Takes a long shot. Bauer is stopping it. Stanley shoots it off the boards, and Keon has a break. Going over the line. Heading in front of the net. He shoots. Oh, and Worsley stopped that. Horton shooting it back into the Canadian zone, and Keon is replaced by Kelly. Henri Richard. Over the blue line. Stop. Pass it over to LaPerriere. There's his shot. It hits Stanley. A shot right in front. Provo takes it back, and that went wide. Cournoyer right in front to Richard. Back to Cournoyer. Right in on goal. He shoots, and Bauer snaps it on the short side. Stanley can't get it out. Perrier a pass. Fulford is on the ice. Cleared in front of the net. Pass ahead for Kelly. He's got a breakaway. He's going down in the low. Right in on goal. He shoots. Score!
Toronto goal scored by number 4, Kelly. Assist, number 26, Stanley. The time, 3:11.
Now set for the face-off at center ice. Fulford back to Brewer. Leinster still short-handed. There's a chance for Hyper over to Backstrom, away from him. Now it's Douglas. He lost it to Backstrom. LaRose takes his shot. Bauer stopped it. Harris hit by Douglas. It's cleared in front of the net. Ferguson takes his shot. And that hits the crossbar. There's score! And it's 2-1. the face-off.
Scored by number 22, Ferguson. Assist, number 6, Backstrom, and number 10, Harris. The time, 3:32.
Here's the halfway, put it in goal. A shot, Ellis shoots, he scores! Ellis puts it in the net.
Have a taste of the freshest seafood recipes from coast to coast. From the Atlantic, try a classic lobster and crab bake. And from the Pacific, maple glazed salmon and shrimp. For a short time at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
The Direct Energy Rick Vive Celebrity Classic. To join the game, call 905-878-6222 or go to clublink.ca.
Quite a start to this one, as there are 4 goals scored in the first 3 minutes and 49 seconds of the first period. Ron Ellis, Red Kelly, and Dave Keon have scored for the Leafs, and John Ferguson has scored for Montreal, as Toronto has a 3-1 lead here in the first period of Game 6. Frank Selkie Jr. is our guest, and an opportunity to get obviously some insight to the opposition. We utilize quite a bit of the Leaf alumni and get some great stories, and I'm sure you have some great recollections of people like Jean Beliveau and the great players that graced the Montreal things, Henri Richard and the Rocket.
Wonderful people, as I think most NHL players and most hockey players have been over my lifetime anyway. But let me just go back to something here. This is the 6th game, and the Leafs have got to win. And can you imagine being up 3-1 in the first period? They came out flying, and if I'm told, never mind Beliveau and Henry, and so if I'm told right now, what am I going to do? Because the Leafs get one more, and I think it's over. So let's think about that a little bit. Jean Beliveau, classic gentleman to this day.
Yes.
As a player, kind of quietly give you the jolt now and again. Not quite as bad as Gordy, but Jean took care of himself. Henri, like Davey Keon, could do absolutely everything that you would want to do, control the game. Away from the ice, he was a little comedian, a great little guy, still is. Those fellas that I knew pretty well meant so much to me. I started it there when I was 17 years old, and I grew up with all of these fellas. I mean,
many of them became obviously very close personal friends.
They did.
Away from the game.
Yeah, and can you imagine a kid like me growing up in that environment? How lucky can you get? And as you say, these fellas are all pals of mine to this day, many from the other teams too. So it's been something that I treasure. My life in hockey has been a very, very pleasant one, I can tell you.
In goal, the Canadians have had a great legacy. Bill Durnan, Jacques Plante, now a gentleman from the New York Rangers whose great quote has always been, "What team gives you the most trouble in the National Hockey League?" And Gump Worsley said the New York Rangers. Yeah. He just happened to be playing in front of them, unfortunately.
Well,
but he's in Montreal now.
He's in Montreal. Oddly enough, he spent most of this season in Quebec City, where he was Montreal's farm club. Charlie Hodge had most of the season until he got hurt. Gump came up and played very well. Now, you talk about Gump all you want. Tremendous competitor. And he could play. He was no Humpty Dumpty, although he looked like one.
Okay.
But
you got me there.
Yeah, he could play the game, and he was a little bit mean. He wanted to win badly, and he pushed his guys. He was a great, great guy in the dressing room. You know, he made things happen. Charlie, mechanically, a very good goaltender, and the two of them fit quite nicely together. Their personalities were different, but they could each play at the NHL level with lots of confidence and lots of skill.
I'm pretty sure after trailing 3-1, Gump's a little surly right about now.
I would think so, yeah, you bet.
And I'm sure some of his teammates are hearing about it.
Yeah.
Well, the Leafs have a 3-1 lead here early in the first period, and let's go back to the action.
All set for the face-off at center. Keon facing off against Henri Richard. It goes back to Brewer. Brewer, a pass to Keon. Back for Brewer, over the line. Harris watches him, knocks him down. Has it against the board. McKinney trying to center it. It goes to Talbot, up to Provo. Provo into the lead zone, and Vaughn clears it around for Armstrong. 2-5. Talbot takes a shot. McKinney picks it up with Keon over the blue line. Keon is dumped. There's going to be a penalty here to Harris for a tripping.
Montreal penalty to number 10, Harris. 2 minutes for tripping. The time, 4:18.
Face-off outside the Montreal blue line. Leafs with the man advantage. Playing 6 men to 5, and they're using Ellis, Stemkowski, Mahavlich, Horton, and Douglas. Up to Ellis. He shoots it in. J.C. Tremblay going back for it. Behind the Montreal goal. Gets away from Ellis. Stemkowski takes him to the board. Guy Talbot knocking it behind the net. Stemkowski after it. Back to Mahavlich. For Stemkowski, trying to center it. And it's played out and down the ice. Horton going back for it. Over to Mahavlich. His shot bounces right to Douglas. Up for Stemkowski. Over the line for Mahavlich. Roberts in behind the net. Left it there. Stemkowski bumping into LaPerriere. Still after it. Centered it right in front of Mahavlich. Oh, that was snapped by Worsley. Douglas runs into Roberts, and it's shot down the ice. Now up the ice for Horton to Mahavlich. Over the line. There's the shot. Worsley caught it. Scooped it out to the corner. Stemkowski is given a bump. J.C. Tremblay covered by Mahavlich. Stemkowski gets it loose to Horton. Horton lets the shot go. That carried him wide. Stemkowski trying to center it. Ellis from behind the net. Centered it right to Horton. There's his shot. Worsley stopped that. Ellis goes to the board. Stemkowski is rammed by Roberts. Mahavlich centered it out in front. Play is called, and there's a penalty for boarding to Roberts.
Roberts. 2 minutes for boarding. The time, 5:55.
Face-off is in the Montreal zone to the right. The Leafs have a 2-man advantage, playing 6 men to 4. Keon, McKinney, Armstrong, Horton, and Douglas. On the face-off, McKinney to Douglas. Over to Horton. Back to Douglas. Over for McKinney. J.C. Tremblay behind the net. Trying to get away from McKinney. It's against the board, and they hold it there for a face-off. Face-off in the circle, the left of the Montreal goal. Keon, McKinney, Armstrong, Horton. It goes to Armstrong. Back to Horton. Horton takes his shot. John Guy Talbot knocked it down. Horton to Douglas. Back to McKinney. Right in front for Douglas, and he shot it wide. Armstrong. Back to Horton, and he shot it down the ice. After it goes Harris. Horton in there first. goes in front. Keon has it. Keon getting away from Talbot. Up with McKinney. Keon still has it over the line. Tried to go through, and it's outside at the blue line. Montreal short-handed, one man. Not Provo out there with Red Berenson, and Horton goes back for it. Behind the net. Missed a check from Berenson. Horton a long pass to McKinney. Going over the blue line, closing in. Pass it right across the goal mouth. Douglas moves up into the corner. Shot it right into the goal mouth, and Provo clears it down the ice. Power up to Keon. Keon. Pass for Armstrong. Failed to click. Provo in possession. Carrying it back to LaPerriere over to Harris. Off the boards to Berenson. Stopped by Stewart. For Keon, that failed to click. Up comes LaPerriere over the blue line. Stops. Is checked. Keon. Still in possession. Over to Stewart. With Kelly over the line. They're closing in. Kelly takes his shot. Worsley catches it and holds onto it. Face-off in the Montreal zone. It comes back to Horton. His shot. Havlitz centered it right in front, and Richard comes up with it. Ahead to Berenson. Over for Provo. Shot off the boards out to center ice. Clearing pass. Berenson to Richard. Over on the right wing to Provo. His shot is wide. Back for it is Mahavlich. A long pass for Ellis. LaPerriere is checked. And Stanley breaks up with Mahavlich. Over the line. Mahavlich after it. Trying to center it. Cleared it right onto Richard's stick. Stamkowski trying to check him. He did. Gets it again. Trying to roll it through. Richard is checked, and Stamkowski gives it to Stanley. Up for Mahavlich. Broken up by Berenson to Richard. Richard waiting for Berenson to get onside. Pass to Provo, and he just shot it into the Leaf zone, and Horton goes back for it. Clearing pass to Ellis. Behind Stamkowski. Mahavlich lost it. Stanley gets it out. And Mahavlich picks it off. Up to center. Pass for Ellis on the right wing. He races in after it. Worsley knocked it to LaPerriere. Perriere to Provo. Straight down the right wing. He's dumped by Brewer. And play is called, and there's a tripping penalty to Brewer.
Sales pitch, go. When I look at you, I think, where's the magic? Calabazam, here it is, the Queens of the Stone Age album, Era Vulgaris. It's got a bunch of great songs like 666. How does it work, you ask? The Queens of the Stone Age enter a thick skull here. They groove around your noodle before moving down into your pants area. From that point on, it's between you and Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris. It's been a pleasure doing business on you.
I'm Joanne Roberts, and I'm a piano teacher. A rock had chipped my windshield, and one of my students, Sarah, Dad, look, noticed that the chip had become a crack. Hi, Sarah.
Did you know you had a crack in your windshield?
Oh, right across the driver's side.
You know what? Bring it by my store. We'll take care of it. It's just not safe to drive like that.
That would be great. Thanks. Hi, Dad. Apple Auto Glass took care of everything. They certainly know what they're doing.
Apple Auto Glass. Canada's local auto glass experts.
We're just dreaming we're fighter pilots.
Roger, just had Coke Zero, real Coca-Cola taste, 0 calories.
Yep, gotta be dreaming.
Negative, moron. This is not a dream. You're flying a cargo jet.
All set for the face-off for the Maple Leafs on the left. It's Beliveau with Cournoyer and Backstrom. Rousseau gets his shot in front. Douglas ahead for Keon to Armstrong. Armstrong takes a long shot. Grabbed off by Worsley. Avi Rousseau. Pass ahead to Cournoyer. Coming down at center with Beliveau. Over the line, that's offside. Face off outside the blue line. Keon had it in his skates. Beliveau cleared it back into his own zone. Avi Rousseau back for it, number 15. Starting out over his own blue line to center. With Backstrom over the line. Backstrom trying to get around Armstrong. It goes to Douglas. Douglas clearing it but not out. Rousseau. A pass for Cournoyer. Bauer scooped at it twice and Horton comes up with it. Shoots it off the boards and down the ice. Back for it is Laperriere. Knocked Laperriere for Cournoyer off the skate. Tim Horton turns and shoots it right back again. 55 seconds left in the penalty to Carl Brewer as Rousseau comes down the right wing at center. Up over the blue line. He's hit by Horton. Fulford clears it off the boards but not out. Beliveau to Laperriere. His shot and that's wide. Fulford chopped it off the boards and down the ice. Perriere's back for it. A pass to Rousseau. Rousseau up with Richard, Cournoyer, and Berenson. They're over the blue line. Bobby Rousseau going to the corner. Checked by Horton. Horton in possession. Gets away from Rousseau. Shoots it off the boards down the ice. Worsley stops it. Got it into the corner. Clearing pass goes behind Krubel. There to head for Berenson to Richard. Over the line, stops. Back for Krubel. Brewer is on the ice. Brewer clearing it out. It hit the linesman. Play is called.
All right, is this really about Eddie here using all your tax money to build a hot tub, or is everyone just feeling a little down because they're hungry?
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
A stroke can cut off blood flow to the brain, resulting in devastating physical or mental damage. That's why the Heart and Stroke Foundation pioneered the use of a clot-busting drug that, when accessed quickly, can actually reverse these effects. So for many, it's as if the stroke never occurred. This is what happens when you put your heart into it.
We took the Land Rover LR3 and compared it to the Hyundai Santa Fe. The Santa Fe beat the Land Rover in the 0 to 60 test and in the quarter-mile test. It also beat the Land Rover on the dry slalom and the wet slalom course, as well as in dry and wet accident avoidance tests. But the Land Rover did beat the Santa Fe in number of cup holders. Well, you can't win everything. The Hyundai Santa Fe, $22,000 less than the Land Rover, and a few less cup holders. Hyundai, smart move.
Face-off in the Montreal zone to the right of Gump Worsley. From the face-off, Demkowski passed it right to Berenson. Coming down the ice, trying to get around Horton. Too well covered, and Stanley has it. Stanley, a long pass for Mahavlich. Cutting in on the left wing, Harris checked him. Stopped by Stemkowski. Back for Mahavlich. Mahavlich trying to center it. Stemkowski after it. Pass for Mahavlich. Krubel cleared it right to Stanley, and Stanley's shot stopped by Talbot, who cleared it out for Richard. Richard trying to go down the left wing. He's dumped by Horton. Goes to the boards. Ends up behind the net. Stanley to Mahavlich. For Stemkowski, Mahavlich is knocked down. Stemkowski lost it to Provo. It goes to the right wing. Berenson shooting it back. Horton failed to get it out. Richard on the left wing. A pass. Stop. Here's a chance for Harris. A shot. He broke his stick. Kicks it to Berenson. Right in front to Provo. A shot. Horton trying to get out. Stemkowski shoots it off the boards. Mahavlich has it. Over the blue line. There's the shot, and that goes high, and it hits the glass. Talbot. Clearing pass for Richard. Keon has it. Back to Brewer. A pass for Armstrong. Armstrong. Back to Keon. Keon failed to get away. McKinney moves up. He lost it. Back for Duff. Through for Talbot. That's offside. Two Leaf players go down. First Brewer and then Bond. The play was offside. 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first period. 3-1 for the Maple Leafs. On the face-off, it goes off the Perrier down the ice. He goes back for it behind the Montreal goal. Coming up with Beliveau. Too far for Jean Beliveau, and Brewer flips it right back. Russo waiting for Beliveau to get onside. Brewer intercepted that pass. He takes a flip shot, bounces wide. J.C. Tremblay for Duff. Stopped by Bond. And to Beliveau. Beliveau at center. Over the blue line. Missed a check from Bond. Fulford gets it out to Stewart. Stewart down at center. Over the blue line. Takes a backhand that was stopped by Worsley. Picked up. Bringing it up now for Montreal to center. Ran into Bond. Brewer. To Fulford. Fulford's shot is going high to hit the clock. The first one to break the penalty clock. There you see it between the 55 and the 50. That's what is known as out of the park. One minute and 14 seconds remaining in the first period. There are the rooters for Montreal back at the north end of the left, below the penalty clocks. Long shot goes into the lead zone. Stanley after it. He's jammed against the boards by Backstrom, and there's no further play. A minute and 3 seconds remaining in the first period. 3-1 for the Maple Leafs. And of course, you'll see the 4 goals as part of the videotape highlights at the end of this period. It's McKinney, Keon, Armstrong, Horton, and Stanley. Backstrom, Malone, Roberts. Here's Roberts getting a chance. He lost it off his stick. Armstrong can't get it out. Horton shoots it down the ice. Doesn't have enough momentum to go to the red line, and Talbot. A pass to Roberts. Here he comes down at center over the blue line. He's checked by Armstrong, who cleared it out to center. Talbot, a pass to Roberts. Stopped by Armstrong. Armstrong with McKinney. They're closing in together. McKinney stops. And he passes back to Horton, who is at center ice. Horton nearly checked. Takes a long shot. Worsley tipped it to the corner. McKinney lets it go. Stanley over to Armstrong. Armstrong takes a shot. That's wide. McKinney again to Stanley. His shot deflects in front. Harris. Montreal clearing it out with 8 seconds left. Horton takes a long shot. That's wide. Talbot back for it in front of his own net. Shot it right to Keon. Keon shot, and he broke his stick. As the bell goes to end the first period. And the score at the end of the first period is Toronto Maple Leafs 3, Montreal Canadiens 1.
We'll be home soon.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. Come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $49 per axle. Installation extra. We'll provide a written estimate and fully explain any extra work needed. Be safe.
Just the Midas touch.
Robbie Knievel buses and a canyon, a jet engine, and a double world record jump in the making. Sounds like he is about to come out. There he goes! Oh, he's It's a terrible scene, ladies and gentlemen. He is on fire. Robbie! Oh, my God. Robbie. There's Robbie over there! Robbie, let me just ask you a quick question. What happened? Did someone talk some sense into you?
No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
What are they doing?
Well, I need one more person for my 5, and they're deciding who gets it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Oh, snake! And snake bites rock. I win.
You really want him in your 5? That was genius. Well played.
Thank you.
Introducing My 5 from Rogers. Pick 5 friends on any network and get unlimited local talk and text.
3-1 in favor of the Maple Leafs after the first period, April 13th, 1965. Ward Cornell is standing by with some intermission guests.
From the Canadians, Charlie Hodge.
Pleased to be here, Ward.
Charlie, that was a pretty exciting 4 minutes out there.
Well, Ward, it depends on which side of the fence you were sitting on, whether it was exciting or not. Personally, I'm a little bit shaken up with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Charlie, you're recovered from your injury pretty well, and you're out in practice. I understand you were quite sharp. How did it feel?
Yeah, it felt very, very good, actually, Ward, and I would have liked to have played tonight, but actually I've only had the one practice since I come out of the hospital, and Gump has been playing so terrific. I guess there's no question about who was going to be going in tonight.
Charlie, were the players at all nervous about tonight's game, or not?
Well, as I said to you earlier, right after I come into this room to watch the television, I thought the boys were more keyed up for the game. Not so much nervous, but more keyed up, and I kind of expected, well, a very should we say, pleasant surprise, but I'm afraid it turned out the wrong way.
Goalers are always nervous, don't they?
Well, I'm nervous. You can say that again. I'm nervous right now. And
Charlie, the first shot, I imagine, is important in a game, to get you relaxed a bit. What kind of a first shot do you like?
Well, I don't like too easy a shot right off the start, but I don't want a breakaway or anything like this. But if you get a good shot where it's got a little bit of beef behind it, well, it gets you in the game. You get the feel of the puck, and it starts you off on the right foot.
Do you feel that the Canadians are gaining a bit of their calm back, their poise towards the end of the period?
After the 4-minute mark, I mean, I think this shook up everyone in the building, actually, and it's coming back slow but sure, and I kind of hope that that's about all I can do, that it will turn out the way we want it anyway.
Charlie, thank you for chatting with us.
Dave Keon, Red Kelly on a breakaway pass from Alan Stanley, John Ferguson to get the Canadians on the board, and then Ron Ellis with his third of the playoffs, and the Maple Leafs have a 3-1 lead at the end of the first period. This is Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
What are they doing?
Well, I need one more person for my 5, and they're deciding who gets it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Oh, snake! And snake bites rock. I win.
You really want him in your 5? That was genius. Well played.
Thank you.
Introducing My 5 from Rogers. Pick 5 friends on any network and get unlimited local talk and text.
Grammy Award winners and international superstars Maroon 5 are back, and just in time for the summer heat. Their highly anticipated follow-up album, It Won't Be Soon Before Long, includes the smash single, Makes Me Wonder. Maroon 5's hot new CD available at Best Buy and online at bestbuy.ca.
Obsessing over celebrity. That's wrong. Unless that celebrity is bacon. Introducing the Baconator from Wendy's. 6 strips of bacon piled high atop 2 fresh, never frozen beef patties. Bacon! Obsess a little. Wendy's. That's right!
As would happen in Hockey Night in Canada, when the games were in Toronto, the Toronto crew worked the games. As the games in Montreal, you and Danny Gallivan would be part of what was going on, and Dick Irvin would be part of going on in Montreal. Right now, television's very much in its infancy too, never mind how everything else is done. Doing the intermissions and things of this nature, what was it like, Frank? And your guests, of course, many of them, this is the first time they've ever been on television as well.
Well, Joe, we were into about year 13 of television, but still in its infancy in many respects. And it wasn't really all that tough to get players and managers and coaches to come on television. It was new. They wanted to be seen. Many of the players, wanted the folks back home in Saskatchewan or wherever to have a chance to hear what they had to say. And I think it was important for them to have that opportunity.
You know what? It still is.
I think so.
Sure.
I think so. The other side of it, from our perspective, is that what we were trying to do was give the fan at home some indication of what this guy was like. I don't think that happens today, by the way, which is another story for another time. But in the intermissions here that Ward is doing, you'll see that he has a fair amount of time to talk to his guests. And we did a lot of that, particularly because so many of these people were unknowns. And it was a great opportunity for somebody back home to see what their star player looked like in the big leagues.
And it was interesting, too, in the playoffs, and we'll see this in various games where players and coaches who have been eliminated, especially when you get to the finals, they will come on almost as guest analysts and talk about the game a little bit. And that was kind of interesting.
We had a lot of fun with it. We used to, I particularly remember one year with Milt Schmidt. The Bruins had been knocked out, and we brought Milt into Montreal to cover the series as a guest analyst. And we did a couple of nights in the crowd, outside the areas, the dressing room areas at the Forum. And he had a marvelous time with the fans, harassing them a little bit. But he was such a classy guy that he really enjoyed it himself. And it was a picnic for me. You can just let it roll and have a good time. I think that's something that we kind of pioneered in Montreal, if you can use that term. We did a lot of it, and I think the fans got a big kick out of seeing a different side of the game.
With live TV goes live problems.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm sure you had lots of those, whether they were technical or, we talked earlier, earlier in this series, John Bowers interviewed after losing game 1. And just as they come back, he's arguing with a fan to him. Yeah, you know everything. Yeah, right. Oh, hello, we're back on.
Listen, there are some things that I could tell you. You've gone through it. Do I want to embarrass myself here? I did a show Christmas Eve, the day after Christmas in Montreal. We did a telecast. And I went into the crowd, and I was asking young kids, did you have a great Christmas? Got to one boy, and I said, did you have a nice Christmas? He said, no. I said, what do you mean you didn't have a nice Christmas? He said, well, I'm Jewish.
It was a great answer.
It was, and the goofy part of it was his father was standing right behind him. They ran the cigar store in the Forum. He ran it. I knew he was Jewish. I should have assumed that his boy was too. So, egg on your face. But
move on to the next
that's
kid.
it.
Thank you, Art Linkletter, for helping out wherever you could.
Yeah, true enough.
Good stuff. Well, at this point, it's 3-1 in favor of the Montreal Canadiens at the end of the first period. This is Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
A method doctors use to remove warts at the office is also available at home. Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away Common and Plantar Wart Remover. Just press and freeze. It works fast with as little as 1 treatment.
See, that was easy.
To remove warts fast, see the doctor, Dr. Scholl's.
You gellin'?
We're gellin'.
Gellin' is something very compelling.
We put 2 kinds of gel into Dr. Scholl's new and improved massaging gel insoles. Superior comfort guaranteed.
We're gellin'.
You're not.
Dr. Scholl's.
Anyone seen Carrie? Right here, boss.
Okay. Caravan needs a wash.
Got it, Chief.
The employee price discount is back. Purchase or lease a select new Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle and get an employee price discount. Plus a gas card that will save you 20 cents a liter on the price of gas for 1 year. Only during the employee price discount event.
Here at the Chic Shave Lab, we have been testing the Chic Quattro Titanium to see if it really is of the easy.
3, 2, 1.
Of the easy, indeed.
Chic Quattro Titanium stays sharp to give you a close, smooth shave with less irritation than the leading brand. It's the only razor with 4 advanced blades made with titanium.
Chic Quattro Titanium. Stay smooth. And introducing new Chic Quattro Disposables.
Okay, Red, we're all set for the face-off now at center ice. Fulford will center for the Maple Leafs against Jean Beliveau, who has Russo on his right wing and Duff on the left. Perrier and J.C. Tremblay on the defense. Kelly and Stewart for the Leafs with Stanley and Horton. Pass ahead for Kelly, shot it into the Canadian zone. J.C. Tremblay shoots it out right to Stanley. He shoots it right back in again. Worsley stops it for J.C. Tremblay. A pass for Duff, stopped by Stewart. For Fulford, banged against the boards. Duff trying to get it out. Stewart keeps it in, then he's hit by Duff. And LaPerriere takes over. Jacques LaPerriere ahead to Dick Duff, number 8. Going out over his own blue line to center. Takes a shot. Bauer stops it. Over to Stewart. Stewart against the boards to Horton. Horton bringing it out. Fails to get out. Russo tried to flip it for Duff. Stanley shoots it to center ice. J.C. Tremblay to LaPerriere. Over to Duff. Shooting it back into the lead zone. Fulford clearing it around for Kelly. Kelly stops. Cleared it out to center ice. Duff chased back by Fulford, but he gets away from him. Duff over the blue line. Kelly stopped it there. A pass to Stanley. Beliveau checks Stanley and shoots it right back in again behind Bauer. Horton back for it. Off the board. Stopped by Duff. And the Canadians are really forechecking the Maple Leafs to start the second period. Horton. A pass to Fulford. Fulford up to center ice. His backhand goes to the corner. Kelly after it. J.C. Tremblay gets there first. Kelly took it away from him and passed it right onto Russo's stick. He's stopped by Brewer. Brewer shoots it back to Vaughn. Vaughn takes a long shot. J.C. Tremblay lost it to Keon and he falls. Keon fell as he tried to get a backhand away. That comes Beliveau. His shot bounces. Bauer stops it, and McKenny's back for it. McKenny. A pass to Armstrong. Over for Keon. And Harris takes it off his stick and shoots it to Provo for Richard. Armstrong checked Richard, but Henri Richard gets it loose to Berenson. Shot it right to Brewer. McKenny. Harris bumps into McKenny. Brewer knocked it over past Berenson's stick. Ed Berenson. Watched by Keon. Provo hits the referee. McKenny shot it right onto Talbot's stick. Pass over for Provo. And Brewer's back for it. Cleared it around on the boards to Armstrong. Up for Keon. At center. Over the blue line. Back to McKenny. Back to Keon. He shoots. Back by Worsley. Provo clearing it. Vaughn gets a shot. Worsley kicked it out again. Henri Richard. Checked by Keon. John-Guy Talbot brings it up, though. Number 17 over to Berenson, number 23. Berenson's long shot is wide. Bauer stops it, shoots it right to Mahavlich, who cleared it for Armstrong. Armstrong fails to get it out. Talbot shot it. Brewer checked by Henri Richard. But the puck ended up still in the goal crease, then into the corner. Vaughn down the right wing. Cleared out to center right. Armstrong shooting it in. Mahavlich is way inside the blue line, and play is called, and it'll come back into the lead zone. There's the referee, number 3, John Ashley. The lines winner, Matt Pavlich, number 7, and John D'Amico, number 24.
Speaking of Ashley, I think he's become the #1 official in the league. He handles the game well, never lets it get out of control,
and the crowd never phases him. All ready to go. Backstrom, there's a shot wide. LaRose and Ferguson on the wing. Played out to Mahavlich, but J.C. Tremblay is there to take over. He passed it. Ellis tipped it to Horton. Horton trying to get away from LaRose. He does. Coming up the center, a pass over for Mahavlich. Stemkowski tries to keep it in there. It goes out to LaRose, number 11 at center. He goes over the blue line, his shot, but it was offside as his shot went into the boards wide of Bauer. Offside at the blue line. Toronto Maple Leafs 3, Montreal Canadiens 1 at the 3:47 mark of the second period. Stemkowski is hit by Ferguson. Got back into the Leaf zone. Bauer stopping it. Horton trying to get away from Backstrom. Cleared it up for Ellis. He couldn't get to it. LaPerriere off the board. Backstrom going in with LaRose, and it hit a skate. Now then Stemkowski with Mahavlich. Over the line, and Stemkowski, who takes the pass, takes his backhand, and that goes off into the crowd at the Montreal player who was covering him. This game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
My name is David Beckham, and this is my story. I'll still look back to '98. Of course I wish it hadn't have happened. I was having death threats for 3.5 years. After I scored against Greece, all the sports writers, they just stood up and started clapping me. You will go through tough times. It's about coming through that.
That meeting was hell.
Sorry!
So, what's next? Let me see, 12:30? Lunch. Perfect time for some Philly. So creamy and delicious.
Philly at lunch.
It's to die for.
Oh, there's that new angel from accounting.
Look how perky your wings are.
They can't be real.
Philadelphia cream cheese spread. A little taste of heaven at lunch. For more Philly lunch ideas, visit craftcanada.com/Philly lunch.
Now get Air Miles Reward Miles every time you use your BMO debit card. New and only from BMO Bank of Montreal.
Have a taste of the freshest seafood recipes from coast to coast. From the Atlantic, try a classic lobster and crab bake. And from the Pacific, maple glazed salmon and shrimp. For a short time at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
The Direct Energy Rig 5 Celebrity Classic. To join the game, call 905-878-6222 or go to clublink.ca.
Stop is in the Montreal zone to the left. Stemkowski into the corner. Centered it to Ellis, and he shot it wide. Mahavlich takes his shot. It comes around on the boards on this side. Horton lets it go. Stemkowski turns, still has it, takes his shot, and that hit a leg. Ellis goes after it. He cleared it around on the boards again. Mahavlich, he's checked. Backstrom picking it up. Going down at center, gated off. Horton lost it. It comes in over the line. Play is called offside.
So we were talking about Stemkowski's weight and how he could take a check. He ran into a blind switch from Ferguson there, came right back to set up 3 wonderful plays.
Okay, Red, we're all set for the face-off outside the Maple Leaf blue line. Bob Fulford with Ron Stewart and Red Kelly. Beliveau with Russo and Duff. Fulford clearing pass to the left wing. Kelly gets in on the left side. He shoots right in front. Fulford is covered. It goes to Talbot. Play is called, and there's going to be a penalty here. Montreal. The first penalty of the second period to Jean Beliveau.
Montreal penalty to number 4, Belleville. 2 minutes for holding. The time 5:01.
5:01, a holding penalty. Fulford, Stewart, Kelly, Martin, and Douglas. And for the Canadians, it's Talbot, Tremblay, LaFerriere, and Roberts. On the face-off, it's back to Horton. His shot hit Roberts. It's against the boards. Jim Roberts trying to get it out. Holds it there. And they all pile in for a face-off with Kelly, Fulford, Roberts, LaFerriere, and Talbot all there. Well, the face-off is just at the rim of the circle, as you can see, in Montreal territory. Canadians defending the south end to my right for this second period, the least the north end of the left. Goes back to Jacques LaPerriere, and LaPerriere clears it off the boards. Douglas trying to keep it in. It's taken off his stick. Stewart going back, covers Roberts, and Horton goes to the corner. Roberts goes after him. Horton ahead for Kelly with Fulford. Over the line, Kelly getting set, and LaPerriere came racing over to cover up. It goes to Douglas. There's his shot. He breaks his stick. Cleared out and down the ice, and Horton has it. Up to Kelly. Over the line with Fulford. Takes his shot. Fulford goes to the corner. Back to Kelly. He lets it go to Douglas. His shot knocked down by LaPerriere, and Talbot has it. Clearing pass ahead to LaPerriere. Over the blue line. Shot it back, and it just got to J.C. Tremblay, who handed it to Kelly, and Kelly had it hop over his stick. Douglas to Horton. Up for Stewart. Offside from inside the blue line over the red line. And we've played 6 minutes and 13 seconds of the second period. We have had no report as yet from Chicago in the game between the Red Wings and the Blackhawks. It's 3-1 here for the Maple Leafs. On the face-off, Red Berenson, number 23, passing it back to J.C. Tremblay. He shoots it down the ice, and there's 38 seconds left on the penalty to Jean Beliveau. Tim Horton. Up for Keon. Over the blue line. There's his shot, wide. The rebound, Horton after it. There's his shot, and that's wide. Comes back to Douglas. Into McKinney. Back to Douglas. There's a shot. Horton, a backhand Armstrong. There's his shot, and that was stopped. Keon from behind the net, getting out in front, takes a whack at it. McKinney centered it. Armstrong back to Douglas. There's the shot, and that deflects across the goal mouth. McKinney back for Douglas. Douglas shot it in behind the net. Armstrong has it. Back to McKinney. McKinney from behind the net. Check. Keon gets a hold of it. Getting right in front. Takes a shot. Armstrong a whack at it. It goes to the corner. Armstrong back for Douglas. He shot it into the corner. Perrier shoots it out. It tipped it up. Belleville's got a breakaway. I'm ready to go. He shoots. Oh, and Bauer just checked it off his stick. Now it's Keon over the line. Fakes the shot. McKinney takes his drive, and Worsley stopped that. Canadians, a clearing pass for Russo to Belleville again, to Berenson. Cutting in from the left side. Howard stopped it on the short side. Bond went flying into the board. Armstrong ahead to Mahamovich. At center. He shoots. Oh, that was whistling by Worsley, and he flipped it into the corner. Comes back to Brewer. There's his shot. Worsley kicked it out. Bond moves up, and it's outside at the blue line. This game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
sales pitch, go. When I look at you, I think, where's the magic? Calabazam, here it is, the Queens of the Stone Age album, Era Vulgaris. It's got a bunch of great songs like 666. How does it work, you ask? The Queens of the Stone Age enter your thick skull here. They groove around your noodle before moving down into your pants area. From that point on, it's between you and Queens of the Stone Age. Era Vulgaris. It's been a pleasure doing business on you.
I'm Joanne Roberts, and I'm a piano teacher. A rock had chipped my windshield, and one of my students, Sarah,
Dad, look,
noticed that the chip had become a crack.
Hi, Sarah.
Did you know you had a crack in your windshield?
Oh, right across the driver's side.
You know what? Bring it by my store, we'll take care of it. It's just not safe to drive like that.
That would be great. Thanks.
Hi, Dad.
Apple Auto Glass took care of everything. They certainly know what they're doing.
Canada's local auto glass experts.
You know, Bill, the thing that makes Johnny Bauer the greatest goaltender in the world is a save like he made on Belleville there.
On the face-off, Brewer shooting the puck down into the Canadian zone, and Worsley stops it for Talbot. Talbot, a pass ahead for Richard, stopped by Baughan for Stemkowski and Ellis. Stemkowski keeps it in, took a shot, another shot, and that goes to Talbot. Ahead to Provo. Provo over the blue line. Right to Talbot. He's waiting on goal. He was checked from behind. Goes back to Harris. His shot to Provo. Another shot goes wide. Dave Ballone trying to center it. Brewer picks it up in the corner, shoots it off Mahavlich, but not out. Richard takes his shot. That deflects. Bauer gets a hold of it. Play is called, and here's a penalty. And this time it's to the Maple Leafs. It'd be Bob Bond for holding.
Toronto penalty to number 21, Bond. 2 minutes for interference. The time, 8:45.
8:45, an interference penalty. So the faceoff goes in the circle to the left of Johnny Bauer, and it's Belleville, Henri Richard, Clyde Provo, Bobby Rousseau, Jacques Laperriere, Fulford, Stewart, Horton, and Stanley. And from the faceoff, Provo back to Rousseau, back to Provo. He's coming from the right wing. There's the shot in front, and Belleville couldn't reach it. Stewart shooting it down the ice. Rousseau back for it. Bobby Rousseau starting out now, leading a three-man rush for the Canadians. A long shot off the board, ends up behind the net. Fulford clearing it, but Richard intercepted his pass. Played it right to Rousseau. There's a shot. It hit Fulford. It's played over here for Laperriere. He lets one go. He scores! It deflects into the net on a shot by Laperriere. Here's the replay of it. Goes over to Rousseau. His shot. Then it comes over here. Laperriere lets it go, and it deflected right through Bauer's legs. And that puts Montreal right back in the game. Goal was scored with Bob Bard in the penalty box.
Montreal goal scored by number 2, Laperriere. Assist, number 15, Rousseau, and number 16, Richard. The time, 9:20.
9:20 is the time. 3-2 now in favor of the Maple Leafs. Rousseau with Harris clearing it on the wing. Knocked back to Talbot. Armstrong of the Leafs at center. A pass over to McKinney. To Keon. Going in with Armstrong. He tried to center it, and it was broken up. Cleared to Talbot. Talbot up at center ice. Over the blue line to Belleville. He clears it back to Duff. His shot hit a leg, and it goes to the far wing. Cleared behind the net, Bob Baughan. He's checked by Belleville. Belleville centered it. Rousseau trying to get his shot. He chopped it right in front, and Armstrong has it. To McKinney. Back to Armstrong. Over to Keon. Keon getting in on the left wing, and he passes behind McKinney. McKinney tips it. Baughan misses it. Rousseau coming down at center over the blue line with Duff. Beliveau moving up. Keon stopped him. Armstrong gets a hold of it. Ahead to McKinney. Kenny over to Bond. Takes a long shot, and that deflects into the corner. It's Richard on the right wing. Stopped by Mahavlich. He and Stemkowski. Mahavlich shoots. And that is knocked back into the corner again. He has it again. He hit Harris. Centered it for Ellis. Picked off by Backstrom. Backstrom down the ice, over the blue line. Covered by Horton. Ellis. Against the boards, and there's no further play.
So Blake was discussing Perrier. He said he had one of the most vicious shots from the point on a slap shot, but he only hits the net once every 300 times. Well, he certainly hit it the right time tonight.
Right, Red, and we're all set for the face-off, and the Maple Leafs on to the right. Richard, Provo, and Ballone. Stemkowski, clearing pass. Provo handed it right to Stanley. Stanley shot it out to center ice. J.C. Tremblay. Pass over for Ballone. Clearing it in for Richard. Stanley. Behind the net to Horton. Horton coming out. Pass to Mahavlich. Up at center. Takes the shot. It's another try. Stemkowski trying to center it. And Ballone. He's checked right in front of the net. Stemkowski trying to get a shot. Mahavlich after it in the corner. Back to Horton. His shot is knocked down in front of the net. Ellis goes after it. Mahavlich against the boards. And there's no further play.
We're just dreaming we're fighter pilots.
Roger, just had Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola tastes 0 calories.
Yep, gotta be dreaming.
Negative, moron. This is not a dream. You're flying a cargo jet. We can't live like this.
All right, is this really about Eddie here using all your tax money to build a hot tub, or is everyone just feeling a little down because they're hungry?
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
A stroke can cut off blood flow to the brain, resulting in devastating physical or mental damage. That's why the Heart and Stroke Foundation pioneered the use of a clot-busting drug that, when accessed quickly, can actually reverse these effects. So for many, it's as if the stroke never occurred. This is what happens when you put your heart into it.
We took the Land Rover LR3 and compared it to the Hyundai Santa Fe. The Santa Fe beat the Land Rover in the 0 to 60 test and in the quarter-mile test. It also beat the Land Rover on the dry slalom and the wet slalom course, as well as in dry and wet accident avoidance tests. But the Land Rover did beat the Santa Fe in number of cup holders. Well, you can't win everything. The Hyundai Santa Fe, $22,000 less than the Land Rover, and a few less cup holders. Hyundai, smart move.
Jacques Perrier has scored, and the Montreal Canadiens have narrowed the margin now to 3-2. Midway through period number 2, Frank Selkie Jr. is our guest. We've heard from the players, obviously, and with only 6 teams in the league, the animosity that grew between organizations is well documented. Maybe the greatest sports rivalry, never mind hockey, just sports rivalry, Montreal-Toronto National Hockey League. Obviously, the 2 guys standing behind the bench with the fedoras would be very much into kindling that kind of animosity between teams, but was it a personal thing between the 2 of them, Toe Blake and Punch Imlach?
They weren't pals, I can tell you that.
And they must have gone back a long way, too.
Well, they did. It was not so much personal, although that was part of it. Punch had been a playing coach in Quebec with the Quebec Aces. Toe had been the coach of the Valleyfield Braves after he retired. And they didn't get along very well even then. But listen, this is a Leaf broadcast series. Everybody that's watching this knows the kind of guy that Punch was. He was acerbic, had a sharp tongue, didn't mind laying into people. Insults flew, not only just to his players, but to everybody. And he and Toe had some mighty verbal battles over time. And one of the all-time classics, I think, was in the '67 series a little bit later on, where Punch made some mention of that Canadians were not going to win with a junior B goalie. Yeah, yep. And those kinds of things really bothered Toe. Toe was the classic kind of guy that minded his business, went about preparing his team, and he really didn't like talking to the media very much. Let my players do that. Punch was exactly the opposite. And, they say there's no I in team, but Punch was
I in Imlach.
There was an I in Imlach.
Now, what was Toe like in the dressing room? And as far as, was he an authoritative, was he a dictator? Was it, I guess back then they were all in a similar situation. Of course, he'd been a player, a great player with the Canadians earlier on in his career.
He was blessed with great players throughout his coaching career. So it wasn't often that he had to crack the whip, but he was very good at reminding people what they owed to the game, what they owed to themselves, what they owed to the CH, the same as to the Maple Leaf. And he could get nasty if he had to, but it wasn't his nature to be that way. He was very competitive. You could see Toe walking around the room. He wouldn't have to say a lot. The glare, the grinding of the teeth, and those kinds of things. It was pretty obvious that we better do better the next period or we're going to be in trouble. He was, I think, a very solid coach. I believe, as far as I'm concerned, the best I ever saw. Scotty has the record.
Yes, he does.
And, if you don't believe in that, why do we keep score? So I guess Scotty's got to rank right there. But I liked Toe as a person. He was a great guy, and he was very easy to work with. Being a television guy, Toe, I need this. Toe, I need that. Will you do this? He was always very, very helpful. So I suspect that Punch was kind of the same here if you approached him the right way.
My dad played hockey with Toe up and around Sudbury.
There you go.
Yep,
yeah.
from Coniston.
Coniston?
Yes, indeed.
Good for you.
Great man. Toe Blake and Punch Imlach. A little look behind the bench as the Canadians have scored to make it 3-2. Let's go back upstairs to Bill Hewitt.
Hopeford missed him with a body check. Jim Roberts now over the line, takes his shot, it hit through her. There's Baxter getting a chance for Roberts, and the shot was deflected wide. Vaughn goes to the boards and holds it there for a face-off with the Montreal Canadiens carrying the play to the Maple Leafs.
Canadians are beating Leafs to the puck in this period. They're outskating them. They're moving that puck very well.
Right, Red. They're really moving on the, getting into free swing skating there. It's from the face-off. Pulpert trying to get it out. Backstrom against the board. Also Roberts. Pulpert who went down. Then Roberts bumped Pulpert again. Then Pulpert and Roberts start bumping one another. And Bond gets into it along with John Ferguson.
Apparently referee John Ashley decided to let them let off a little steam.
Okay. Ready to go for the face-off now to the left of Johnny Bauer. Here's back. Roberts takes his shot. Bauer catches it and holds it for a face-off. 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the second period. Brewer to Stewart. Up to Kelly on the back of his skate. Roberts shoots it into the lead zone. That's offside. 6 minutes, 43 seconds. Remaining in the second period, and Moore comes out now with Keon and Armstrong. Stanley and Horton. On the face-off, it goes over to the wing. Duff shooting it into the lead zone, and it's stopped there by Bauer to Horton. Horton stopped by Russo. Russo shot it behind the net again, and Horton starts down the right side, getting out. He's hooked and knocked down. There's going to be a penalty here. Armstrong hit Beliveau. It goes back into the Leaf zone, and Moore goes after it. The Leafs have 6 attackers. Plays it to Armstrong. Up to Keon with Stewart. One man back. Back to Stewart. Stewart shoots. And it went across the goal mouth. Play is called. And there's going to be a penalty here to Montreal. John Beliveau gets his second penalty of this second period.
Montreal penalty to number 4, Beliveau. 2 minutes for Cookie. Time 13:56.
13:56 is the time.
You saw there, Bill, what can happen when that goalkeeper comes out for an odd man. One of those attempted passes hit Russo, and if it had gone straight, it could have been in the net on a goal.
All ready to go from the face-off. It's cleared down the ice. Douglas back for it. Behind the net. Coming out with Moore. He had to turn around. Over the blue line. Up for Keon. Over the blue line. Back to Moore. Moore takes his shot, and Worsley deflects it up into the crowd. Face-off in the Montreal zone to the right. 3-2 for the Maple Leafs, with 5 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in this second period. And back goes Horton for it. Beliveau has 1 minute and 30 seconds left in his penalty. Horton. Past Armstrong. Down the right wing. Over the blue line. He stops. Left it there, and Talbot gets back to clear it down the ice. Armstrong leaves the ice, and Ellis is out there. Douglas to Moore. Dickie Moore at center. Over for Keon. Keon racing after it. Goes behind the net. Still has it. Centered it right in front to Douglas. He shoots. Moore missed the rebound. Douglas lets another one go. Keon shoots. Oh, and Worsley came across the goal mouth and made the save. Douglas to Moore. To Keon. Keon over the line. J.C. Tremblay stopped him, and it's shot down the ice. 40 seconds left in the penalty to Beliveau. Up the ice for Horton. Ahead to Ellis. Shot it through. J.C. Tremblay clears it right out again. Douglas. For Mahavlich. He's checked by Provo. His pass right on the Horton stick. Horton takes a long one, and that's stopped by Worsley. Mahavlich after the rebound. Goes behind the net, into the corner. Tried to leave it there. Mahavlich still has it to Stamkowski. Right in front. Ellis took a whack at it. Another shot. Worsley gets a hold of it and holds it out. And there's a second remaining in the penalty to Beliveau. This game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
I'm Michelle Leslie here with the Leafs TV Community Report. Chatham, Ontario, it's a city of just over 100,000 and a place that has seen its fair share of history. It was a spot for the Underground Railroad, as well as one of the most infamous battles in the War of 1812. But their passion for pucks is also long withstanding.
Maroons have had a history that goes way back to about 1929 in the city. You look at all the banners hanging up here. We've had a lot of success over the years at the senior level, intermediate, and the junior level. And fans here really get behind their hockey club.
Chatham is a great hockey town. You can walk down the street and people know you from when you played back in the 70s, because we had a great series back then where we won the Ontario Championship back then, and it was kind of an outlaw junior A. And like I said, I paid back. I met my wife here, got married, and it's a good hockey town. And I just think, you being a Chatham Maroon means a lot to a lot of people.
It's like a bond that brings people together. They talk about it in the coffee shops. They talk about it in the hair parlors. Even the senior activity center, the seniors are talking about it. And when you come here on a Sunday evening, you see numerous people that are, get up out of their living rooms and come to the arena and make it a social event and see friends that they hadn't seen since the Sunday before. So it's just a great town. There's no town like it in Canada to watch hockey.
Our fan base here is probably the best, one of the best in Ontario. My parents, they support me quite a bit. They've never missed a practice in my 5 years here, and they never missed a game either. So, it's just the small community thing. It's a way of life in Chatham. It's been that way for 70 plus years. So, I'm just proud to be a part of it, and hopefully we can carry on that tradition.
Face-off will be in the circle to the right of Gump Worsley. Semkowski, Havlich, Ellis, Brewer, and Bond. Harris, Provo, Talbot, and LaPerriere. And from the face-off, Talbot picks it up. Belleville is back on the ice. Havlich takes it away. Then he's checked, and Belleville has it. John Belleville, a long shot wide. The rebound to Carl Brewer. Shoots it off the boards to center. Doc LaPerriere shoots it back in again. Brewer back for it. Brewer. A pass to Ellis. Ellis down the right wing. Over the line. There's his shot. That's wide. Brewer tried to keep it in, but it's knocked back down the ice, and Bond there. Bond nowhere near Havlich. Talbot. Pass to Berenson. Stopped by Brewer. Ellis shoots it back into the Canadian zone. And it's handed to Havlich. Over the line. He tried to get loose. And Provo shoots it back out over the blue line. Brewer waits to get onside and then clips one that's caught by Worsley. Talbot coming out now for Montreal. Up he comes to center. Shot it over the line, and it goes over the glass into the exit on the far side. Toronto Maple Leafs 3, Montreal Canadiens 2, with 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the second period.
Havlich has been tremendous when he has that puck, but when he hasn't got that puck, he's making mistakes defensively and getting them into a little trouble.
Henri Richard with Red Berenson and Claude Provo, Doc LaPerriere, and J.C. Tremblay. Fulford, Stewart, Kelly, Stanley, and Horton. Henri Richard over to Provo for Berenson. Ends up on this right wing, Stewart. Clearing it down the ice. LaPerriere's pass. Stanley knocked it off the boards. Berenson knocked it back right on the Fulford's stick. He passed it right to Berenson, who's checked by Fulford. Played back into the length zone. Henri Richard has shot, and that's wide. Stewart. Too far for Fulford. Now then, Stanley and Richard shoving one another. J.C. Tremblay clears it into the lead zone. Power cleared it off the boards. Stewart passed it right on a Provo's stick. Provo gets away from Stewart, tried to center it. Henri Richard cleared it back, and Stewart has it. Ahead to Fulford. And Kelly over the line. They're closing in. Kelly shot it, and Stewart just failed to get the rebound. Back goes Berenson. A long pass for Provo on the left side. Going in with Richard. Sent it in, and Richard took his shot, and Kelly gets it. Kelly with Fulford and Armstrong. Over the line. Kelly cutting in. Tried to center it, and it's broken up, and Provo comes back. A long pass for Richard, and Horton gets it. Horton for Armstrong. Covered by Duff. Goes back into the lead zone, and Brewer. To Moore. Back to Brewer. Down with Keon. Over the line. Brewer waits. He's hit hard by Harris. Russo trying to get away. Moore. Lost it. Vaughn moves up. His pass ends up on Russo's stick. Russo takes a long shot, and that just missed the corner. Vaughn. Off the board. Harris jams Keon. Goes back to Talbot. Over here to Duff. Over the line to Belleville. Belleville centered it, and it goes to Keon. For Moore. He lets it go down the ice as Harris hit Dickie Moore. Veering pass goes back into the lead zone, and Vaughn has it. Up to Armstrong, and he shot it down the ice. Belleville and Vaughn bumped in together. A pass for Belleville. John Belleville. Clearing it to an open wing. Brewer goes back. Shoots it off the boards, but not out. Bobby Russo to Duff. He shoots it, and Howard makes the save and throws out to cover up. Toronto Maple Leafs 3, Montreal Canadiens 2. The 1933 mark, 27 seconds left in this second period.
This is a big face-off. This is where the Canadian club is most dangerous. And you notice they sent Russo, who's very good on this side of the ice, in to take it, and moving Belleville back for that big shot.
Okay, Red. Canadians have LaPerriere and Harris playing inside the blue line. It's Duff, Belleville, and Russo, with Russo taking the face-off with Stemkowski. Ellis and Stemkowski trying to get it out. They flip it down the ice, and Harris goes back for it with 21 seconds remaining in this second period. Puck hit the linesman. Belleville then feeds a pass to Duff. Shot it in, a bouncer, caught by Bauer, and Horton's back. Horton. Going behind the net. Trying to bring it out, does slowly. And it's shot out to over the blue line. And then Douglas and Duff start swinging at one another.
We'll be home soon.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. Come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $49 per axle. Installation extra. We'll provide a written estimate and fully explain any extra work needed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
Robbie Knievel buses and a canyon, a jet engine, and a double world record jump in the making. Sounds like he is about to come out. There he goes. Oh, yeah! It's a terrible scene, ladies and gentlemen. He is on fire. Robbie! Oh, my God. Robbie. There's Robbie over there. Robbie, let me just ask you a quick question. What happened? Did someone talk some sense into you?
No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
What are they doing?
Well, I need one more person for my 5, and they're deciding who gets it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Oh, snake! And snake bites rock. I win.
You really want him in your 5? That was genius. Well played.
Thank you.
Introducing My 5 from Rogers. Pick 5 friends on any network and get unlimited local talk and text.
Grammy Award winners and international superstars Maroon 5 are back, and just in time for the summer heat. Their highly anticipated follow-up album, It Won't Be Soon Before Long, includes the smash single, Makes Me Wonder. Maroon 5's hot new CD available at Best Buy and online at bestbuy.ca.
3-2 at the end of 2. The Leafs with the lead, and Ward Cornell with more intermission guests.
Picking the stars for us tonight, the coach of the New York Rangers, Red Sullivan. And Red, can you give us a little idea who you're thinking about on both sides so far?
Yes, I can, but first, Ward, let me say that we're seeing the best hockey you could possibly see, as far as I'm concerned. Up and down all night, it seems. To me, Toronto certainly is going at mid-season form. I never seen him play this well before, at least as far as last season is concerned. It's going to be pretty tough picking the stars, Ward, because I feel there's about 5 or 6 players on both clubs playing real well. I think that LaPerriere is playing real well for Montreal. And, of course, there are 2 big centermen in Richard and Beliveau. And then to swing over to Toronto, Mr. Goalie Johnny Barr again came up with 2 big saves, one on Beliveau on that breakaway, and then again on Duff right at the end of the period. And then Horton, I think, is having a big night out there. He seems to be lugging that mail all night out of his own end. And, of course, little Davy Keon again. He got them off. Of course, he got their first goal, and he seems to be a power strength out there. He seems to have the puck whenever he's on the ice.
Red, at the end of the season, before the playoffs started, you said you thought Toronto was going to win it. Why?
Well, of course, we all know that they've got 3 Stanley Cups under their belt now, Ward, and they got a pretty good bunch of hockey players out there. And they're a proud bunch of hockey players, and it seems that they can always rise to the occasion. And if they can win this one tonight, my prediction still might hold up.
Well, Red, since the end of the season, you've been out and around, I understand, down the Central Pro League and so on. Have you seen some pretty good material?
Yes, I have, Ward. As a matter of fact, I've seen Tulsa and Omaha, St. Paul and Minneapolis, and I'm happy to say that, in my estimation, the best hockey player I've seen was Mike McMahon. You might have remembered him from last year. We had him up and down a couple of times. But
is he any relation to the McMahon that played with the Canadians?
Yes, he is, as a matter of fact. It's Mike Sr., I think you're referring to. Well, this is Mike Jr.
Mike Jr.
And, of course, we own him, and he's had a big year out in St. Paul. He's the Carl Brewer type, Ward. He can handle the puck real well. He gets it out of his own well. And he scored over 20 goals in that league for a defenseman, so I'm quite happy with him.
Well, now you mentioned a defenseman. You're starting to come along on defense anyway. What were you going to do with these extra defensemen?
Well, we happen to have a handy guy on our team by the name of Rod Sealing, Ward, that he's been after me. He asked me 2 or 3 times last year if he could play the forward line, and of course I said no. I want him to play defense because last year I thought that we needed him back there, and I might add he played quite well for me. Seeing it was his first year, and I'm toying with the idea of maybe throwing him in center ice next year. I'm going to insert him there at training camp and see how he'll work out.
So that'll make another center for you if it comes out.
That's true, Ward.
Well, Red, we'll look forward to having at the end of the game with your 3 stars.
Leafs 3, Canadians 2. This is Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
A method doctors use to remove warts at the office is also available at home. Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away Common and Plantar Wart Remover. Just press and freeze. It works fast with as little as 1 treatment.
See, that was easy.
To remove warts fast, see the doctor, Dr. Scholl's.
You gelling?
We're gelling.
Gelling is something very compelling.
We put 2 kinds of gel into Dr. Scholl's new and improved massaging gel insoles. Superior comfort guaranteed.
We're gelling.
You're not.
You're not.
Dr. Scholl's.
Anyone seen Carrie?
Right here, boss.
Caravan needs a wash.
You got it, Chief.
The employee price discount is back. Purchase or lease a select new Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle and get an employee price discount. Plus a gas card that will save you 20 cents a liter on the price of gas for 1 year. Only during the employee price discount event.
Here at the Chic Shave Lab, we have been testing the Chic Quattro Titanium to see if it really is of the easy.
3, 2, 1.
Of the easy, indeed.
Chic Quattro Titanium stays sharp to give you a close, smooth shave with less irritation than the leading brand. It's the only razor with 4 advanced blades made with titanium.
Chic Quattro Titanium. Stay smooth. And introducing new Chic Quattro Disposables.
My name is David Beckham, and this is my story. I'll still look back to '98. Of course I wish it hadn't have happened. I was having death threats for 3.5 years. After I scored against Greece, all the sports writers, they just stood up and started clapping me. You will go through tough times. It's about coming through that.
Two in favor of the Toronto Maple Leafs at the end of 2 periods of play. Frank Selkie Jr. is our guest here tonight on Leafs TV. I've often said this, and I don't think that I'm wrong, and I'm going to ask for your opinion on it. Foster Hewitt was first, and he'll always be known as that. Danny Gallivan was the best, and that takes a lot for me to say because I hated listening to him because he was doing the Montreal cast. But everyone else who has attempted to do this job since has failed to reach that plateau. I don't believe there has been anyone that has been as good to hockey and broadcasting and play-by-play as Danny Gallivan.
Well, I think one of the tragedies of life, Joe, is that so many of our viewers really never heard him. And I think it's very gracious of you to say what you've said. Being a broadcaster, you're putting yourself in, somewhere.
Well, I'm way back there in the list somewhere, yep.
And you shouldn't be, True, Foster was number one. Danny always recognized that if it hadn't been for Foster, there wouldn't have been a Danny. And he was very appreciative of Foster laying the groundwork. He did he followed a lot of Foster's ideas and his thinking. But I agree with you that of all of the broadcasters that I have heard, and I've heard most of them, I think, he was far and away the best. Why? I don't. God-given. He prepared himself very well, but everybody prepares himself. I mean, I don't know of anybody that goes into the booth that isn't ready to work. He used to have a shirt cardboard with all of his little notes on it. And I worked alongside him as a color man for a couple of years, and I remember one night in the Forum where one of the shirt cardboards went over the edge.
Oh, no!
Down into the crowd. And for a while, Danny was lost. He kind of was giving me the mic a little more than usual. But he was a classic guy. He was a man's man. He loved Toe Blake, Red Fisher, and Jacques Beauchamp, who was a writer in Montreal. They played cards on the train trips all the time, and they developed a relationship that was very unique for its time. I don't know of anybody that knew Danny that didn't like him as a person, and as a broadcaster, very professional, very highly regarded within the industry, and a shame that he's not with us.
No, I'm tickled pink that I got an opportunity to meet him on a number of occasions. And my very favorite Danny Gallivan story is the person who approached him and informed him that there was no such word in the English language as spinorama. And he very quietly turned to him and said, "There is now."
Well, that's a play on what happened. He got a letter.
It was a letter.
He got a letter from an English professor, and the word was cannonading, not spinorama.
That's right. Okay. Then you corrected me, and I appreciate that.
And Danny simply took the letter and put a note across the bottom, "There is now," and sent it back to him.
When working in the booth, and Foster and them, they were very comfortable just doing the whole game by themselves.
Yeah. Yes.
And in fact, was there an edict from Hockey Night in Canada that the color man was allowed to get in 2 or 3 times, or was there anything of that nature like that?
Let me tell you how this all started, because I'm directly involved in it. I was the stat man for Danny during the playoffs in 58-59. We were moved from, the Canadians had won their series, and we were moved to a Boston-New York series. And I went with them. And we're doing the game, and I'm sliding notes to him and giving him the time and so on. I'm not saying anything. I'm just sitting there doing my work. One of the Bruins shot at the net. We saw the puck go right through the net. Play continued until the play got back out to center ice, and somebody grabbed Red Story, the referee, and said, "That puck was in." Well, it didn't. They called no goal and faced off at center ice because that's where the play had stopped. Danny turned to me and shoved the mic under my nose and said, "Frank, did you see that puck go through the net?" And I said, "Yes, I did." And we had a conversation because the play had stopped, and they were mumbling down on the ice. We talked for probably 30, 40 seconds. We continued through the balance of the game to talk back and forth. That was the beginning of the color man. McLaren phoned the next morning to the hotel in Boston and said, "Whatever you guys did last night, keep doing it." And we loved it. And that was the start of it. And it was just one of those fluke things. But Danny could have done, 60 minutes by himself, and many times did.
And many times
did.
Well, Harry Neal owes his livelihood to you.
To me.
I'll make sure he knows about
I want you to make sure that he hears it.
All right, I will. Well, the Leafs are up 3-2 at the end of 2. And this is Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
That meeting was hell.
Sorry.
So, what's next? Let me see. 12:30? Lunch. Perfect time for some Philly. So creamy and delicious. Philly at lunch. It's to die for. Oh, there's that new angel from accounting. Look how perky your wings are. They can't be real.
Philadelphia cream cheese spread. A little taste of heaven at lunch. For more Philly lunch ideas, visit craftcanada.com/Philly lunch.
Now get Air Miles Reward Miles every time you use your BMO debit card. New and only from BMO Bank of Montreal.
Have a taste of the freshest seafood recipes from coast to coast. From the Atlantic, try a classic lobster and crab bake. And from the Pacific, maple glazed salmon and shrimp. For a short time at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
The Direct Energy Rick Vive Celebrity Classic. To join the game, call 905-878-6222 or go to clublink.ca.
Henri Richard with Provo, Jacques Laperriere, and J.C. Tremblay. And it goes back to Bond, over to Ellis. Ellis to Mahavlich, over the blue line. Tried to pass it back. It goes out. Bond brings it in offside. Face-off outside the blue line. Goes back to J.C. Tremblay, over to Laperriere. Back to J.C. Tremblay. He comes out over the blue line to center. Stopped by Brewer. Brewer goes back over the blue line. Shot it to the right wing. Ellis knocking it down with his glove. Goes behind the net. Still has it. Back to Brewer. Off the boards to Bond. Bond takes a shot, and Mahavlich just deflected it wide. Mahavlich from the side, into the corner. Keeps it in, is dumped. And Richard and Ellis bump together, and Jacques Laperriere coming back down the ice for Montreal. To center, pass for Richard. Ellis knocks it down, fails to get it out. Provo gets his shot. Bauer juggled it, knocked it down into his pad, and holds it out. Stanley, Horton, Kelly, and Fulford coming out now, and the Canadian stand pat. Oh, they're going to make a change. Coming out is Ralph Backstrom and Jim Roberts.
So Blake likes to keep lots of defensive strength out there when Red Kelly is on the ice. Kelly is a past master at breaking for opportunities on goal in this kind of a situation.
Well, they send Ted Harris, Red, along with Gungy Talbot. On the face-off, it comes back to Harris. His shot is wide. It bounced right in front of the net. It goes over to the far wing. Talbot shot it back into the corner. Stanley after it. Stanley pokes it loose. Kelly is hit by Harris and knocked flat. Fulford tried to get the puck loose. Back for Backstrom. He gets away from Fulford. Over the line, stopped by Horton. Horton to Stanley. Up for Fulford, and it ends up on Talbot's stick. Pass to Roberts. Back to Talbot. He gets it over the line to Backstrom. Backstrom takes his shot. Bauer stops that. Roberts is right there. Bauer holds onto it. Roberts protects Bauer, as you notice, by holding his glove on the top of the crossbar.
That's one reason Johnny gets annoyed when the players barge into him. He says he always tries to keep them away from those posts, and he'd like a little protection, too.
Well, I think that time he got it. Ready for the face-off in the Maple Leaf zone to the left. Backstrom facing off with Tom Fulford. Goes back to Stanley.
Stanley behind the Leaf goal. A pass to Horton. Horton stops, turns around in his own zone. Back to Stanley. Up to Pulford. Pulford racing after it. Trying to center it. He did. Right to Kelly. Right in on goal. He shoots. Oh, and he's knocked down as Worsley made the save. Kelly went into the boards. Play is called. Face-off will be in the Montreal zone to the right. Both teams are changing players. Calabo, Russo, Duff, J.C. Tremblay, Jacques Leperrier, Keon Armstrong, Moore, Brewer, and Bond. Shot knocked down in front of the Montreal goal. Worsley cleared it off to the wing. Armstrong shot it across the goal mouth. Moore fakes his shot. Tried to center it. It hit Keon's skate. Beliveau clearing it to Duff. Duff down the left wing, checked by Keon Armstrong. His shot. Keon went after it. It's knocked out over the blue line. Moore gets a hold of it from Bond. Over the line, a pass to Keon. Takes his shot, and that was wide. Brewer lets one go. Worsley snapped down. Armstrong a backhand. Another shot. Keon trying to get it in front. Played to Moore. Moore getting in front of the net. Gets a backhand. Keon let it go. Right in front. Moore is knocked down. Comes out over the blue line. Duff hit by Bond. Keon turns. At center. Over the blue line. Stops. Left it there for Armstrong. Over to Brewer. Brewer, right to Armstrong. He shoots. Worsley stopped it. Keon a shot. Armstrong another one. Right in front of the net. And Worsley covers up.
Sales pitch, go. When I look at you, I think, where's the magic? Calabazam, here it is, the Queens of the Stone Age album, Era Vulgaris. It's got a bunch of great songs like 666. How does it work, you ask? The Queens of the Stone Age enter your thick skull here. They groove around your noodle before moving down into your pants area. From that point on, it's between you and Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris. It's been a pleasure doing business on you.
On the face-off, Ellis took his shot. Here's Stemkowski a try. It goes behind the net. He centered it right in front. Talbot knocked it right back again. Back up the ice for Talbot. Pass over to Provo. Back to Richard, the shot, and Bauer stopped it. Into the boards, went below. Onward. Up for Stemkowski. Gets it over the line. Goes after it. Talbot took him into the boards. Ted Harris, a pass to Richard. Over here on the right wing for Provo. Trying to go in, and he's hit by Stanley. Stanley went down. Ellis, bearing it for Mahavlich. He's checked by Richard. Mahavlich goes into the corner after it. Ran into Provo.
against the boards. Richard digs it out. He comes from the side, centered it, and that just missed the open corner. It's Ellis getting it out, racing after it. Harris shot it off the board. Stemkowski checked by Richard for Ballone, and Stanley shoots it down the ice. Albert, a pass off the boards. Mahavlich goes down. Stemkowski's pass intercepted. Richard over the blue line with Ballone. Back to Provo, the shot. Bauer stops it and holds onto it for a faceoff. And Horton and Ballone start bumping. And we've played 4 minutes and 27 seconds of the third period. Toronto Maple Leafs 3, Montreal Canadiens 2.
They're giving Mr. Ballone a lot of attention. They don't like the way he goes into the goalkeeper when after he has frozen the puck. One thing about David, he doesn't back up. He stays in there and battles.
For sure. Ralph Backstrom, Ferguson, Roberts, Harris, and Talbot. Popford, Stewart, Kelly, Brewer, and Vaughn. On the faceoff, Roberts to Harris. Harris trying to get set for a shot. Ferguson let it go, and it goes to the corner. Backstrom and Brewer bump together. Popford missed a check from Ferguson. It's cleared right in front of the net. It goes to the far side. Stewart hits Roberts. Backstrom digs it out to Ferguson, and he fanned on a shot. Brewer to Popford. Off the boards to Kelly. Kelly stopped by Talbot. Now it's Backstrom. Over the line. Watched by Brewer. Still has it. Gets his shot away. They're right on the goal line. And Bauer holds it out. Ferguson's in the goal crease behind Bauer. This game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
I'm Joanne Roberts, and I'm a piano teacher. A rock had chipped my windshield, and one of my students, Sarah, Dad, look, noticed that the chip had become a crack. Hi, Sarah.
Did you know you had a crack in your windshield?
Oh, right across the driver's side.
You know what? Bring it by my store, we'll take care of it. It's just not safe to drive like that.
That would be great. Thanks. Hi, Dad. Apple Auto Glass took care of everything. They certainly know what they're doing.
Canada's local auto glass experts.
Laserhawk? We're just dreaming we're fighter pilots.
Roger, just had Coke Zero, real Coca-Cola taste, 0 calories.
Yep, gotta be dreaming.
Negative, moron. This is not a dream. You're flying a cargo jet. We can't live like this.
All right, is this really about Eddie here using all your tax money to build a hot tub, or is everyone just feeling a little down because they're hungry?
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
Moore with Armstrong and Keon. Belleville there with Duff and Russo. It came in front. Dickie Moore bringing it out. Cleared it out to Keon. Keon shoots the puck into the Canadian zone. Worsley let it go. Armstrong trying to center it to Keon. He's checked by Belleville. Belleville, a clearing pass for Bob Russo. He missed the check from Stanley, and it was shot for Belleville back into the lead zone. Armstrong is bumped by Belleville. Against the boards, no further play. There were 6 penalties in the first period, ended up by referee John Ashley, 3 apiece, and we had 5 in the second period, 3 to Montreal and 2 to the Leafs. Keon, Kelly, Ferguson, and Ellis scoring in the first period, and Jacques Laperriere in the second. The Leafs are leading 3-2 at the 5:30 mark of this third period. And from the face-off, Belleville turns with a backhand. There's another shot, and that was wide off the stick of Russo. Moore tips it out over the blue line. Russo tries to bring it back. He turns, shoots it over the line. Horton stopped it. He's checked. Duff trying to get into the left wing. His shot was weak. It goes to the corner. Play is called, and there's going to be a penalty here to the Maple Leafs. Duff was held along the boards going in on the left side. And now Montreal will have an odd man. 6 men to 5. Armstrong going to the penalty box. First penalty of this third period. Armstrong of the Leafs.
Auto penalty to number 10, Armstrong. 2 minutes for holding. The time, 5:50.
5:50 is the time. Montreal Canadiens with a man advantage, and they have Beliveau, Provo, Richard, Rousseau, and Laperriere. Leafs with Fulford, Ellis, Brewer, and Bond. All ready for the face-off. In the Leaf zone to the right. Ellis facing off with Beliveau. Gets the draw to Bond. Bond shot it around. Ellis can't get it out. Laperriere is shot, and that just whistled wide. Fulford goes after it down the ice, and Provo checked him. It's cleared. Fulford goes after it as Russo fell. Cleared it right in front, and Ellis couldn't get his shot, and Laperriere has hurt himself. He went flying into the boards. Laperriere is down. Can't understand what the fans are booing about. He went flying into the boards head first.
Yes, and he could be pretty badly hurt. I believe he went in off balance. He had no chance to protect himself. Usually they manage to get an arm up, but he was making such a desperate effort to get back to cover Fulford, and he just lost his balance. He's been playing an excellent hockey game for them, too.
There's another example of that extra effort, Red.
That's right.
Fulford, Ellis, Brewer, and Bond. Canadians have Jean-Guy Talbot back with Rousseau now. Beliveau, Provo, and Richard. The pass to Beliveau. Back to Rousseau. Here he comes to center ice. He shoots it into the Leaf zone. It goes behind the net. Ellis races in after it. Provo checks him. Provo trying to center it. He did to Rousseau. There's the shot. He scores! Jaime Rousseau picks the bottom right-hand corner. And it's all tied up. 3-3. There's the replay of it. Beautiful shot by Bobby Rousseau. There's Rousseau, and it's in the net. That ties it up 3-3. Montreal.
Scored by number 15, Rousseau. Assist, number 14, Provo, and number 4, Beliveau. The time, 6:27.
6:27, Bobby Rousseau from Provo and Beliveau, and it's all tied up. 3-3. On the faceoff, to Horton. Shot it over for Ellis off his skate. It went down the ice. Ellis races after it. Harris touches it, and that's icing. Now here's Ron Andrews with a report from Chicago.
Hello.
Face-off will be in the Maple Leaf zone to the left. The score is tied 3-3. Goes back to Horton. Horton trying to get out. Malone checked him. Horton back again. Horton pass up for Stamkowski, and it goes to Harris. Harris shooting it right back in for Montreal. Now it's Horton. He's checked. Richard to Provo. The shot, and that hit Horton's skate. It's cleared right in front. Douglas is knocked down. Harris takes his shot to Richard. Right in front to Provo. Another shot. And it's picked off by Stamkowski. He's checked. Douglas back for him. Behind the net. Trying to bring it out. Douglas. Pass to Mahavlich. Here's the shot. And that's high into the crowd. End of the second period at Chicago. It's the Blackhawks 1 and the Red Wings nothing. Score is tied here, 3-3 at the 7:22 mark of the third period. All set for the face-off. Goes back to J.C. Tremblay to Ted Harris, coming up the center. Got it into the lead zone. It's wide. Stemkowski back for it. Covered by Richard. Goes loose to Horton. Horton. Failing to get it out. Gets away from Balloon. Off the boards for Mahavlich. And to Stemkowski. Over the line to Ellis. Ellis is checked by Richard. Back comes Richard. Over the blue line. It's up past the Provo and it's offside. Bauer came out to cover Richard to make sure he didn't go into the post.
The big difference in the teams at this point is the movement of pucks. Canadians are moving that puck head manning it, and Leafs aren't. LaPerriere has a broken left ankle. That's very sad news.
On the face-off, Bond scoops it with his glove to the wing. Played by Russo into the corner. Brewer to Dickie Moore. Off the boards for Keon. He can't get it out. There's a shot. Bauer stopped that. Belleville centered it out in front. Keon in his own zone. Over to Bond. Up for Keon. And it deflects off his stick into the crowd. 11 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the third period. A 3-3 tie. On the faceoff, Moore. Over to Bond. Out over the blue line. Up the center. Shot knocked down by Talbot. To Russo. Over the blue line. Brewer knocked it out. Belleville brought it in offside. Score is tied, 3-3.
Canadians are fortunate they have Talbot around. He can play on the wing or defense, and he certainly won't weaken them back there.
On the faceoff, Belleville and Keon, and Harper runs into Keon. Over the line for Talbot, closing in with a shot, and that's wide. Armstrong can't get it out. Belleville knocked it out over the blue line, goes after it. Played back into the lead zone, and Brewer goes back for it. Brewer to Moore. Back to Brewer. He just gets rid of it to center right. Canadians coming back. Harper's shot hit Brewer. Russo to Belleville. Belleville off the board. Stopped by Keon. Keon trying to get out of his own zone. Gets away from Russo. Up the center. Over the line with Moore. He let it go off his skate. Maxstrom covers Keon. Knocked off the board. Brewer moved up, and it's a flex with Duff into the crowd. This game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
A stroke can cut off blood flow to the brain, resulting in devastating physical or mental damage. That's why the Heart and Stroke Foundation pioneered the use of a clot-busting drug that, when accessed quickly, can actually reverse these effects. So for many, it's as if the stroke never occurred. This is what happens when you put your heart into it.
We took the Land Rover LR3 and compared it to the Hyundai Santa Fe. The Santa Fe beat the Land Rover in the 0 to 60 test and in the quarter-mile test. It also beat the Land Rover on the dry slalom and the wet slalom course, as well as in dry and wet accident avoidance tests. But the Land Rover did beat the Santa Fe in number of cup holders. Well, you can't win everything. The Hyundai Santa Fe, $22,000 less than the Land Rover, and a few less cup holders. Hyundai, smart move.
Are we home soon?
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. Come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $49 per axle. Installation extra. We'll provide a written estimate and fully explain any extra work needed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
Minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the third period. A 3-3 tie. Fulford, Kelly, Stewart, Douglas, and Horton. Horton takes his shot. Where's he? Snapped it with his glove. Fulford tried to center it. It goes into the corner. And Jim Roberts brings it back with Backstrom and Ferguson. Over the blue line. A pass for Backstrom. He sees the power, stops it again. On the Face-off will be back in the Leaf zone. Bauer coming out of his net. And he ejected to Ferguson, cruising in front of that net again. Now then, Bauer says something to the referee. Face-off is in the Leaf zone to the right. The score is tied 3-3. On the face-off. Shot to the blue line, but not out. Ted Harris takes his shot. That's wide. In Robertson drive. Bauer stopped it. And Horton goes to the corner. Horton ahead to Kelly. A long pass goes into the Canadian zone. Ferguson back. He's hit by Stewart. Coming down the ice, Backstrom, checked by Popert. And there's a penalty there to Stewart. And that'll give Montreal the man advantage. And they've been deadly while they've had a man advantage.
Stewart got suckered into that. Fergie did it when he went in on Bauer, and the Leafs became annoyed and went back at him.
Penalty to number 12, Stewart. 2 minutes for Borden. The time, 10:05.
10:05, a boarding penalty, and the Leafs are shorthanded. And Belleville, Richard, Provo, Talbot, and Russo. Keon, Armstrong, Bone, and Brewer. Belleville, Provo, Richard, Talbot, Russo. All set to go. It goes back to Talbot. Over to Bobby Russo. To Belleville. Belleville coming up the ice to center. He's checked by Vaughn. Keon trying to get loose. Belleville to Henri Richard. Richard clearing it over the line. Keon gulps it out again. Bobby Russo with it. Over to Talbot. To Belleville. Bearing it into Richard. Standing it right in front. It goes across the goal mouth. Provo back to Russo. His shot knocked down by Brewer. Brewer's knocked down. Here's Provo a shot. And Bauer stopped that one from point-blank range. As both Vaughn and Brewer were knocked down. Puck is dropped. Vaughn shooting it down the ice. Stewart is back on again. He goes after it. It's called, and the face-off comes back into the Leaf zone. It's an icing call, so the face-off goes to the circle. Now it's Stemkowski, Mahavlich, Ellis, Vaughn, and Brewer. And the Canadians are going to make a change and send out Henri Richard, Dave Ballone, Claude Provo, Harper, and Talbot. On the face-off, Vaughn clearing pass down the right wing. Going back forward is Harper. To touch it, icing is called against the Leafs.
The big question now, Bill, is that have Leafs got enough legs to stay with this club? The Canadians are moving.
Face-off will be in the circle to the right of Johnny Bauer. On the face-off, Stemkowski clearing it out for Mahavlich with Ellis. Too far. Ellis races after it. Play is called, and it's icing.
Big Frank had been accurate with that pass. We might have had a new ball game again.
Face-off back in the Leaf zone to the left. It's shot right across to the far side. Ellis after it. For Stemkowski, broken up. Ellis up for Mahavlich. To Stemkowski. tried to shoot it over to Ellis. Cleared out by Provo to Richard. Over the line for Provo. Back to Ballone. And his shot was blocked before he could let it go. Ellis to Mahavlich. Ellis following up over the blue line. Fakes the shot. Centered it right in front. Demkowski took a whack at it. Provo didn't see it. Demkowski knocked out stride. Back come the Canadians. A pass to Ballone over the line. Ballone back to Richard. Stands on his shot. Mahavlich gets it out. Angie Talbot away from Demkowski. Handing it right to Ellis. And he shot it right to Talbot as the teams change players on the go. Russo gets around Brewer. Takes his shot. Bauer stopped it. Cleared it to the corner. Demkowski after it. There's Harper's shot, and that's wide. It rebounds to the left wing. Cleared on this side. Kelly. Ahead for Demkowski. Going over the line. Demkowski couldn't get loose. Cleared up to Duff. Duff with Russo. They're over the blue line. Duff takes his shot, and Horton scooped it in behind the goal and has it himself. Horton. A pass for Pulford. Pulford at center. Over to Kelly. Kelly takes his shot. Worsley steered it. Stewart centered it right in front. Kelly after it. Knocked it behind the net. Pulford lets it go to Stewart. Back to Pulford. He shot it in front of the net. Stewart a backhand. That's wide. Pulford to Stewart. Back to Horton. He's checked by Belleville, and the puck goes to center. Douglas over to Horton. Ahead for Kelly, but Belleville was there. Then Duff lost it in front of his own net. And it goes to the corner. Stewart clearing it right out to Russo. Russo with Belleville. Belleville down over the blue line. Back for Duff. He missed it. Hooper comes back down the ice for the Leafs. Over to Kelly, over the line. And Kelly's checked. And it goes down the left wing. Ferguson and Belleville. Play is called. And this game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
Robbie Knievel buses and a canyon, a jet engine, and a double world record jump in the making. Sounds like he is about to come out. There he goes. Oh, yeah! It's a terrible scene, ladies and gentlemen. He is on fire. Robbie! Oh, my God. Robbie. There's Robbie over there. Robbie, let me just ask you a quick question. What happened? Did someone talk some sense into you?
No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
What are they doing?
Well, I need one more present for my 5, and they're deciding who gets it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Oh, Snake! And Snake bites rock. I win.
You really want him in your 5? That was genius. Well played.
Thank you.
Introducing My 5 from Rogers. Pick 5 friends on any network and get unlimited local talk and text.
Across to Cronwell. Shot scores! How about that? There's Cronwell's first of the year. And the Marlies strike first. It's 1-0. You were saying,
well, Stefan Cronwell, what are you going to say?
This is a pretty rough spot for an old fella like Bathgate. You know, and he's not warmed up at all. He's been sitting over there for so long.
On the face-off, Bathgate. Clearing the puck into the Canadian zone. J.C. Tremblay back for it. Watched by Mahavlich against the boards. And they hold it there for a face-off. Face-off is in the Montreal zone to the left. 1 minute and 42 seconds left in the penalty to Dave Balloon. Score is tied 3-3. Kelly facing off with Jim Roberts. Mahavlich back to Horton. Horton had it knocked off the skate out the center. It's Talbot in possession. Bagging the puck. He's checked. Bathgate getting over the line. Back to Mahavlich. Mahavlich for Bathgate. Trying to center it. J.C. Tremblay cleared it to the corner. It hit the referee. Horton after it. Harris goes to the boards, holds it there, and there's no further play.
Horton made a couple of great moves there. If they'd have got that puck by him early, it could have been a breakaway.
Keon coming out. Keon, Kelly, and Bathgate now on the right wing. Montwitz being replaced. Douglas and Horton. A minute and 11 seconds remaining in the penalty to Dave Balloon. Roberts, Talbot, and from the face-off, Bathgate centered it right in front of the net. J.C. Trombley almost banned on carrying it down the ice, but Keon didn't expect it. Horton back. Horton leading a four-man rush with Kelly. A pass to Keon over the line. Keon takes his shot. That's wide. Bathgate for Horton. That goes out over the line, and Roberts has got a break. One man back. J.C. Trombley catching up with him. Roberts left it, and Kelly has it. Up for Keon. Keon over the line with Bathgate, and it's offside.
I see where Maulers have beaten Niagara Falls 2-1. Maybe that's an indicator.
1 minute and 23 seconds remaining in the regulation time. Keon, Mahavlich, Ellis, Vaughn, and Brewer, and there's 38 seconds left in the penalty to Dave Balloon. Carl Brewer with Ellis. Long shot off the board. Ellis goes in after it, takes his shot, and it was cleared to the blue line. Vaughn lets one go, and that's wide. Brewer moves up. Shot it to Keon. He let it go to J.C. Trombley, and he clears it down the ice.
5 minutes of play in this period.
Less than a minute to go in the third period. Score is tied, 3-3. A pass ahead to Ellis. Ellis to Mahavlich over the line. Mahavlich shoots. Ellis gets it in front. A shot. J.C. Trombley goes to the board. Balloon is on the ice, and they hold it there for a face-off in the Montreal zone to the left. 40 seconds remaining in regulation time. Holford, Stewart, Kelly, Delaveau, Russo, J.C. Trombley, Youngie Talbot, and Claude Provo. Now then, Russo's replaced by Provo. So it's Harris, J.C. Trombley. Talbot has moved up to the left wing, so as Red pointed out, he's double duty for the Montreal player. Harris covered by Kelly along the boards. Kelly gets it out, comes from the side, takes his shot. Worsley stopped that. Harris clearing it to the blue line by Vaughn to center. Brewer shooting it off the boards. At center, Stewart knocked it over the line. J.C. Trombley over to Ted Harris. Cleared it up. Stewart knocked it right on the Provo's stick. Offside at the blue line. There's the time, 1946 of this third period. The score is tied, 3-3. Kelly shot it down. Harris stopped it. It's at the blue line. A pass for Talbot. He hit Kelly. Then J.C. Trombley flips it over the line. Brewer gets a hold of it. The bell goes, and we're into overtime. And so the score after regulation time, Montreal Canadiens 3, Toronto Maple Leafs 3.
What are they doing?
Well, I need one more person for my 5, and they're deciding who gets it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Oh, snake! And snake bites rock. I win.
You really want him in your 5? That was genius. Well played.
Thank you.
Introducing My 5 from Rogers. Pick 5 friends on any network and get unlimited local talk and text.
Grammy Award winners and international superstars Maroon 5 are back, and just in time for the summer heat. Their highly anticipated follow-up album, It Won't Be Soon Before Long, includes the smash single, Makes Me Wonder. Maroon 5's hot new CD available at Best Buy and online at bestbuy.ca.
Obsessing over celebrity, that's wrong. Unless that celebrity is bacon. Introducing the Baconator from Wendy's. 6 strips of bacon piled high atop 2 fresh, never frozen beef patties. Bacon! Obsess a little. Wendy's. That's right!
Bobby Rousseau has scored in the 3rd period at 6:27 from Claude Provo and Jean Béliveau, and we are going to overtime. And the Maple Leafs face elimination. They've not lost a series in the Stanley Cup playoffs since 1961 heading into this game. And Frank Selkie, obviously, in the Montreal dressing room, they're bent on revenge for a couple of losses previously in previous years. In fact, in Game 6 in 1964, Dave Keon, who's already scored a goal here and scored an overtime winner in this series, had 3.
Always a dread in the Canadiens room. Let's do something with him, you know, chop him off at the knees or whatever. But let's face it, the Leafs have won 3 Stanley Cups in a row. They're the defending champions. Canadians are a little bit younger team. They've got to really push themselves here. I think maybe the interesting thing is they've got another chance. The Leafs don't. So I would think that the Leafs are going to come out here and really put the pressure on. If they can't win it, they're done. And so they're going to try.
All right. Well, we're going to sudden death overtime. Is there anything better than a Montreal-Toronto sudden death overtime game in the Stanley Cup playoffs? And let's go to Bill Hewitt.
We're all set to go. The referee, John Ashley, drops the puck, and Douglas clears it into the Canadian zone. J.C. Tremblay, number 3, a pass deflected by Stemkowski. He knocked it back. J.C. Tremblay again, a pass to Richard. Richard, a pass to Provo. Knocked down at the defense, and Stemkowski has it. A long shot. Worsley stopped it. Stemkowski trying to center it. Henri Richard gets away from Ellis. Clearing pass at center for Provo. Offside. The second goal for the Blackhawks was Bobby Hull from Matt Ravlich at 12:18, not Esposito. On the face-off, it goes back to Ted Harris. Pass to Richard. He gets it out on the right wing. Ravlich shoots it right back again. J.C. Tremblay overskates it. Backhands it out to Claude Provo at center ice. With Richard, stopped by Horton to Stemkowski. Pass from Mahavlich, and Provo is there. For Berenson, stopped by Douglas, Stemkowski. For Mahavlich on the left wing, and Provo. Coming back at center, a pass over to Richard. He flips a high one to Ted Harris, shooting it into the Leaf zone. Horton goes back for it. Horton picking his way out himself. With Stemkowski, a pass for Mahavlich, over the line, offside. They played a minute and 15 seconds of the first overtime.
Mr. Imblach did a little gambling there, Bill. He started his kids, the 2 rookies in Mahavlich. It's quite a spot to put them in.
Delaveau, Duff, and Russo against Keon, Armstrong, and Moore. Dickie Moore. A long backhand, that bounce, and this went wide. Keon went after the rebound. Brewer lets one go. Keon deflected it, and Worsley covered the short side. Brewer moves up again. Moore trying to get it out in front. Moore gets it back to Brewer. Brewer took his shot wide. It came right in front to Moore, and he shot it right to the open corner. Duff. Stopped by Moore. Hyper goes back. Shoots it off the boards, but not out. Moore's pass right out of Russo's stick. He flips it down the ice. Bauer lets it go. Brewer touches it, and that's icing. And just showing the score on the out-of-town scoreboard. Chicago 4, Detroit nothing. On the face-off, Douglas. Off the boards, but not out. Beliveau is bumped. Armstrong can't get it loose as Beliveau controls it along the boards.
Early in the game, the Leafs were winning those tangles along the boards. They have been winning them for about 20 minutes.
All ready to go. Puck is dropped. Comes back out over the blue line. Harris shooting it in. Douglas stopped it. Clearing it around on the glass and all the way to center ice. J.C. Tremblay. A pass for Beliveau. He tipped it back into the corner. Horton after it. Horton behind the goal. Now he starts out, changes his mind. Being watched by Russo. There to pass up to Dickie Moore. Dickie Moore over the blue line, fakes the shot, lets it go, and Worsley stopped that. Moore tried to center it and knocked it behind the net, and J.C. Tremblay picks it off. Tremblay, a pass up at center. It goes to Moore. Got it to Keon. Keon turns. Back to Armstrong. Over to Moore. Over the line. Takes his shot. It's right to Armstrong. He shoots. And he shot it high. Horton plays it in behind the net. Keon centered it back, and there was nobody there. Douglas clearing it off the boards. Russo knocked it in. Douglas got it out. Over the line. Closing in. Centered it. Moore back to Horton. Fakes the shot. Lets it go, and it goes to Russo. Belivo's broken his stick. Russo stopped by Douglas. Picked up. Covered by Armstrong. Duff in his own zone. Shot it to the left wing. Goes after it. Took a check from Douglas, and Keon goes back. Keon passed it right in front of his own net. That shot hit Douglas. He shoots it down the ice. Dongie Talbot back for it. Teams are changing on the go. Pass to Backstrom. Up at center. Pass for Ferguson. Stewart wrapped it off the boards, but not out. Stewart again ahead to Pulford. Pulford with Kelly. Pulford takes a long shot wide. The rebound off the boards to Roberts. To Backstrom. He's checked. Kelly for Pulford. And Stewart. And they fail to go in. Dongie Talbot with Backstrom at center ice. Trying to go around Bond. Ferguson moves up. He's coming in from the side, and Stewart took it away from him. Stewart ahead to Pulford. Down the ice. Over the line. Shot it into the corner. Hyper cleared it around on the boards for Roberts on the right wing. Brewer. For Stewart, and he golfs it back into the Canadian zone. Worsley tipped it to the boards. It goes behind the net. Ferguson has broken his stick. Ellis tried to pass it. Talbot clears it, but not out. Vaughn shot it for Ellis. Ellis to Pulford. Pulford centered it. And Berenson. A clearing pass for Backstrom. Up to Berenson. Trying to go through, and Ellis gets back. Got it around on the boards for Kelly. Stopped by Harper, who's checked. Kelly trying to get loose. Harper gets it to Richard. Richard over the line. Stops. Trying to pass it in front. It does. It went across the goal mouth, and Stankowski has it. Pass for Ellis. Offside. Score tied 3-3. The next goal ends it. Comes back out over the blue line. Harris shooting it in. Goes wide of Bauer. Horton back for it. Over to Douglas. Up for Mahavlich. Mahavlich racing down the ice into the Montreal zone. Centered it, and Worsley stopped it on the short side. Back down the ice goes Provo with Richard over the line. Richard shoots. It's right in front of the net. Douglas to Mahavlich. Mike Mahavlich. Pass off the boards for Ellis. Richard gets away from Mahavlich. Cutting in from the left side for Balloon and Provo. The shot. It hurt. Auer cleared it off to the wing. Mahavlich and Stemkowski come back. Stemkowski takes his shot. Worsley catches it and throws it to Harris. Covered by Stemkowski. Then J.C. Tremblay, a pass. Stopped by Ball. Bond cutting in. Right to Stemkowski. He shoots. It's right on the goal line, and Worsley holds it out. And from the faceoff, Brewer moves up. Havlitz tries to keep it in. Brewer fell on it. It goes loose to the board. Hyper to Provo. Provo covered by Stemkowski. Stemkowski at center. Shoots it right back into the Canadian zone. It's behind the net. Hyper shot it into the crowd. All set to go in the Montreal zone. It's knocked into the corner. Hyper lost it to Mahavlich. He shot it across the goal mouth. Ellis banged on his pass. Ungi Talbot to Dave Ballone. Shot it into the corner on the other side. Provo clearing it but not out. Brewer takes his shot. Stemkowski a backhand, and Worsley made the save on Stemkowski.
Stemkowski, supposedly the greenest of the Leafs, has been their most dangerous player in this overtime period.
All set to go. Canadians clearing the puck out, intended for Ballone, too far. Bob Bonds pass. Henri Richard gets it over the line. Ballone shot it in behind the Leaf goal, and Mahavlich has it. Mike Mahavlich getting away from one check and another at the Stemkowski. Back for Mahavlich. Mahavlich back to Ellis. He rolled it in front. Mahavlich went after along with Stemkowski, and Stemkowski just failed. Hahn is given a jolt by Ballone. Talbot tries to get it out. Here's a four-man break for the Canadians. Here they come down the ice. Over the line for Talbot. He shoots. Bauer stopped it. It's right in front of Provo. A shot. Bauer stopped off and Brewer gets it out over the line to center. Hyper getting it back in again. Hank Mahavlich in the corner. Shoots it out and down the ice. And that's going to be icing. Aon, Moore, and Armstrong, Douglas, and Horton. From the faceoff, it's cleared back to J.C. Tremblay. His shot is wide. Douglas being watched by Belleville. Clearing pass for Keon. Keon over for Moore, and J.C. Tremblay broke it up. Belleville clearing it back in again. Russo goes after it. Bell, Armstrong coming out from the side, shot it off the board, goes after it, cleared it out to center ice. Keon tried to hook it loose. The Canadians have it. Russo knocking it over the line. Armstrong gets it out. Clearing pass for Keon, just failed to click, and Dick Duff comes back. Over the line, Duff closing in, goes to the corner, tried to center it. Douglas is there. He shot it around on the boards for Moore. Russo chops it, and it bounces high. Here it goes to Russo, trying to get it through to Belleville. He centered it. Dickie Moore is there. Moore hit Russo, hit the side of the net. Down goes Belleville, and Horton goes after it. Clearing it to Moore. Moore, pass for Armstrong, broken up. And Horton lost it to Ferguson. Ferguson is hit. Ralph Backstrom going behind the net. Tried to center it. It does. Right in front of the net. They shoot. Howard stops. Another shot. Backstrom couldn't shoot in the net. The pass to Keon. They're trying to get back. It goes to Roberts. Shot off the boards to center ice. Horton. A long shot. Worsley stopped J.C. Tremblay. Tearing pass to the open wing. Knocked out to center ice. Bond. Shooting it over again. J.C. Tremblay shoots it out. Brewer. Over the line again. Fulford went after it. And J.C. Tremblay shoots it out. Brewer over to Bond. Ahead to Stewart. Over the line. Stewart takes a shot wide. The rebound. Stewart went after it. So did Kelly. Roberts in the corner. Covered by Kelly. And there's no further play. Fulford facing off against Backstrom. The puck is near the Canadian goal. Cleared out to Ferguson. Ferguson shoots it up the center, and Brewer's there. He shoots it back in again. Dongie Talbot, a pass. Kelly chopped at it. Talbot gets it again. Cleared it out. Brewer knocked it right into the Leaf bench. 4 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the first overtime. There's Toe Blake, back of the Montreal bench with Jean Beliveau, Henri Richard, Bobby Rousseau. Goes back to Hyper. Comes to Stewart. Off the boards, Talbot picks it off. He brings it up the center and then shoots it into the Leaf zone. Brewer back. He hit Kelly. And Roberts steered it into the corner, and Bond goes back for it. Clearing it around on the boards to Stewart. Up for Fulford. Over the blue line. Fulford shoots. Worsley caught it. Fulford goes to the boards, covered by Ferguson. Ralph Backstrom holds it against the boards, and there's no further play. Now it's Dave Ballone, Henri Richard, Todd Provo, J.C. Tremblay, Ted Harris. Leafs have Stamkowski, Mahavlich, Ellis, Douglas, and Horton. And the faceoff, Stamkowski centered it in front. Provo ahead to Ballone. Stopped by Douglas. Now then Henri Richard takes a long shot. It hit Horton. Horton up for Mahavlich. Stopped by Provo. Cleared over. Richard was offside. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first overtime. On the face-off, Berenson. Stopped by Mahavlich. Now it's J.C. Tremblay. A long shot. That bounced wide. Henri Richard went after the rebound. Centered it right in front. Provo is up to goal. Provo has won the game for Montreal. And they're now in the final. Claude Provo scored the goal. Claude Provo scoring the goal, number 14. We'll wait for the official time.
Number 16, Richard, and number 3, Tremblay. The time, 16:33.
16:33, Provo from Richard and Tremblay. And the teams on the ice now, the Toronto Maple Leafs congratulating the Montreal Canadiens on their well-deserved victory after fighting an uphill battle, trailing 3-1 at the end of the first period, and they just kept pegging away. They scored 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 in the overtime. And it was Provo that did it from Richard and J.C. Tremblay at 16:33. And so the final score of tonight's game, Montreal Canadiens 4, Toronto Maple Leafs 3.
A method doctors use to remove warts at the office is also available at home. Dr. Scholl's Freeze Away Common and Plantar Wart Remover. Just press and freeze. It works fast with as little as 1 treatment.
See, that was easy.
To remove warts fast, see the doctor, Dr. Scholl's.
You gelling?
We're gellin'.
Gellin' is something very compelling.
We put 2 kinds of gel into Dr. Scholl's new and improved massaging gel insoles. Superior comfort guaranteed.
We're gellin'.
You're not.
You're not.
Dr. Scholl's.
Anyone seen Carrie?
Right here, boss.
Caravan needs a wash.
You got it, Chief.
The employee price discount is back. Purchase or lease a select new Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge vehicle and get an employee price discount. Plus a gas card that will save you 20 cents a liter on the price of gas for 1 year. Only during the employee price discount event.
Here at the Chic Shave Lab, we have been testing the Chic Quattro Titanium to see if it really is of the easy.
3, 2, 1.
Of the easy, indeed.
Chic Quattro Titanium stays sharp to give you a close, smooth shave with less irritation than the leading brand. It's the only razor with 4 advanced blades made with titanium.
Chic Quattro Titanium. Stay smooth. And introducing new Chic Quattro Disposables.
Well, Claude Provost scores the overtime winning goal, 16:33 of the first overtime period from Henri Richard and J.C. Tremblay. And Frank Selkie, where were you when this winning goal was scored?
Oddly enough, I was in the client view room just off the studio, the Hockey Night in Canada studio in the Gardens, between the Leaf and Canadian dressing rooms. And seated in the client view room was Terry Sawchuk. He was the backup goaltender. He was dressed in his uniform, but he didn't sit on the bench. He was in there. When Provost scored, the language kind of got blue. I thought Terry's stick was going to go through the television set, and he stomped out very, very unhappy. There's nothing worse in this game than losing in overtime. And to be eliminated from the playoffs that way, it's got to get you right here. And especially when you're a Terry Sawchuk sitting there and you haven't been able to play.
Mm-hmm.
If you could have played and been part of it, you'd feel differently. Well, I did my best. But he's sitting in there knowing that he didn't contribute anything that night, and so it hurts a little bit more.
Now, Claude Provost scores the goal, and I know we always used to call him the brick because you could have driven a train through his legs. He had such a wide skating stance.
Very, very solid hockey player.
Oh, I don't think I ever saw him off his skates.
No, he very stable, wonderful checker, one of the best against Bobby Hull, and he could score. I mean, this was not, he wasn't a Humpty Dumpty that couldn't put it in the net. So the fact that he got it is not an unusual thing. And you talk about him being a wide skater. My sainted mother-in-law said that this must be a fellow who had a lot between his legs. So he skated the way he skated. So it's a good thing she's not around to hear that.
All right, well, we'll leave it at that. Now, Frank, it's been a great treat, and the treat has been because we have all been in the broadcasting business here and in doing this, and to relive some of the stuff that's gone on behind the scenes. You've added a great deal to this. We appreciate you coming along.
Well, I've had a lot of fun, and I guess that most people would consider me as being a Montreal person. I was born in Toronto. I grew up in Toronto. My father worked for the Toronto Maple Leafs before he went to Montreal. I worked as a grunt here as a kid when they were getting ready to put ice shows in and hauling stuff. This is as much my home as Montreal. Mm-hmm. And so I feel an affinity to the Maple Leafs. I grew up wearing a Maple Leaf sweater. I hated everybody in the league other than the Maple Leafs, just as you do. And so this is not, strange to me. I'm at home here. As I said earlier on, my life in hockey has been one long pleasure, and I've had so much fun and made so many good friends that I can't imagine what it would have been like otherwise.
What keeps you busy these days?
I'm a retired gink in many respects. I'm the Executive Vice President of Canadian Special Olympics, and I spend a few days in the office weekly helping to raise some money and things of that nature. I'm going to give myself a pat I have been selected as the honorary coach of Team Canada for the World Games in June of 2003 in Ireland.
Oh, well.
So I'm just absolutely thrilled to pieces that I'm going to be taking our team of mentally disabled athletes to Ireland. It's kind of the highlight of my retired years, and I'm thrilled to pieces about it.
And we're thrilled to pieces to have you here and be a part of this. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Joe. It's been great.
Frank Selkie Jr. has been our guest. We took him back to April 13th, 1965, as the Montreal Canadiens come from behind to win in overtime to eliminate the Leafs in the 6th and deciding game. And this has been Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV.
This portion of Leafs TV is brought to you in part by Esso and On the Run convenience stores. Everything you need for your life on the run.
My name is David Beckham, and this is my story. I'll still look back to '98. Of course I wish it hadn't have happened. I was having death threats for 3.5 years. After I scored against Greece, all the sports writers, they just stood up and started clapping me. You will go through tough times. It's about coming through that.
That meeting was hell. Sorry! So, what's next? Let me see, 12:30? Lunch. Perfect time for some Philly. So creamy and delicious. Philly at lunch. It's to die for. Oh, there's that new angel from accounting. Look how perky your wings are. They can't be real.
Philadelphia cream cheese spread. A little taste of heaven at lunch. For more Philly lunch ideas, visit craftcanada.com/Philly lunch.
Now get Air Miles Reward Miles every time you use your BMO debit card. New and only from BMO Bank of Montreal.
Have a taste of the freshest seafood recipes from coast to coast. From the Atlantic, try a classic lobster and crab bake. And from the Pacific, maple glazed salmon and shrimp. For a short time at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
The Direct Energy Rig 5 Celebrity Classic. To join the game, call 905-878-6222 or go to clublink.ca.
Molson Canadian Sunday Night Classics on Leafs TV. It's a Canadian game. Brought to you by Molson Canadian.